I wanna farm too.
Really, Cat? Good morning, everyone, and welcome on into the Adventure Network. I'm your host, as always, Crafty Fox, and Yuki has decided to be a menace this morning and almost fall off the desk because she can. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. How are we all doing today? Good morning and hello to Amaryllis. Good morning, hello to Kagan and Batman. Good morning or good day to No and Mick Fluffs. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. Of course, right when I start, I have to sneeze. Oh, it's gonna be one of those days today. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. How are we all doing this morning? I see the message from Batman that Oblivion finally installed for you. Hopefully you figured out what was going wrong with your ISP and why things were going so slow yesterday. But yeah, welcome on in, friend. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I've been watching, not watching Zero, but side-eyeing Zero as he was also mucking around with Oblivion this morning. Just doing a test to see how well it streamed, and it streams. It streamed for him, so I mean, that's the important thing. Yeah, how is everyone out there doing today? Please tell a Crafty how we're doing. You never have to apologize for missing streams, McFluff. I do not take attendance or anything like that. I'm not one of those people. Everyone is welcome here. Even if you miss a couple of days, makes no difference to me because I am very respectful of the fact that we all have lives. We all have lives. We all have things to do. And sometimes watching stream is not in those plans, and I totally understand that. We will be here. Unless something drastically changes in my life, we will always, always be here. Welcome on in, Winter Wolf. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? But yeah, I am, I guess, ready for today. I've got my coffee. I put some honey in it. Because I know with it being a visual novel today, there's going to be a lot of talking. Don't know if I'm really feeling yelling objection at the screen every 10 seconds, but we'll see how today goes. We'll see how today goes. Next week, I'm going to have to work in an Astroneers stream to fulfill that one. And then for the Crafty Play This that was redeemed, we are going to be working on getting Skyrim up and running for me, but that's going to take a while. It's going to be a little bit before Skyrim is ready for streaming because there's a lot of mods that we have to install to make that game playable. There's a lot of mods I want to install just because I want to install them. And then there's a lot of other stuff. Yeah. We should eventually be playing Apollo Justice unless chat particularly wants me to play something else today. Lil Moffat mod? I don't know what that is, Argon. Space. I mean, I'll be honest. Whatever mods I end up installing on Skyrim are going to be what Zero Wolf tells me to install. I know that I want Inigo. I do want my blue-furred Khajiit as a companion. But beyond that, I'm kind of leaving it up to you all out there in Chatlandia and Zero Wolf with what mods I end up getting. Because I know almost nothing about Skyrim. Like, I know the memes and stuff about Skyrim, but the actual game, I don't have a clue. Because I have legit never truly played an Elder Scrolls game. No, I don't, Argon, unfortunately. That was my first time if you play. Yeah, I plan to, McFluffs. Like I said, unless somebody out there, well, unless chat at large really doesn't want me playing Apollo Justice today. We are doing an Apollo Justice one-shot, which will be interesting. Because if you are not familiar with the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney series, it is ridiculous lawyers. Oh! Interesting. I'm working on a small mod list for Crafty. You're not going to tell me what the mods are before you install them, are you, Zero? You're just going to install mystery mods, and I'm going to have no clue what you're installing. I have a feeling, chat. I have a feeling that I am going to be playing with mystery mods, and this will make a very, very interesting adventure. All right, I need to... Don't have room to put this down? Oh, that's a problem. Biscuits. Where am I going to put this? Oh, crap. All right, we've got to put this in. Well, unfortunately, that entire garlic field is going to have to move and get replanted. So that kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Also, welcome on in, Argon. Welcome on in. Welcome on. Also, welcome on into Winter Wolf. I didn't say hello to you. And hello to you as well, Games with Jewel. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm glad at least those things are working. Glad at least those kind of reviews and stuff are working. Oh. So many crafty brain things. Did that thing just steal a piece of garlic? The vampire bats are stealing my garlic. How? How are you stealing my garlic, you little idiots? Oh my goodness gracious. They're stealing garlic. And yeah, I know, Games with Jewel. I'm not holding my breath on that one, though. Also, thank you for that, McFluffs. Thank you for becoming an executive producer, my friend. That is much appreciated. Please do help yourself to everything in the break room. Please check out, if you are a member of the Discord, the Executive Producers Lounge. There's not much going on there, but you do now get some early access to stuff over on YouTube. So if you are a fan of Shin Megami games, I got the first 5 episodes of Raido Kuzunoha up there. And I finally learned how to pronounce that. And yes, safety. I'm not very... Because I don't want people to feel like they have to be subscribers and all that. I'm not very vocal about what the perks are. But yeah, if you are an executive producer, aka a subscriber here on Twitch, or you do a membership on Coffee, which is as little as $1 a month, because I don't want to make that particularly expensive either. It gets you early access to YouTube videos. So right now, I believe there's 4 episodes of Ride Owl up there, and by Friday there should be another 5 if my schedule goes the way I want it to this week. So I have like a good chunk of content up there, and I'm trying to get better about doing Friday streams. It's just they're hard to schedule because I'm not quite sure how to handle the Friday streams on Discord with recording sessions. Because Friday nights are like my big recording session when Zero isn't home. And if I do those on Discord, the other problem is that now you're getting spoilers. Not that I think anyone cares. Gotcha, Zero. Gotcha. Well, I'm sure chat will suggest a bunch for us to install for me, too. But yeah, welcome on in, Safety, Zero, and Mind to Matter. Welcome on in, my friends. Welcome in, welcome in. We will be playing Ace Attorney. Apollo. We will be playing Apollo Attorney at some point this morning. Probably after we're done with Rusty's. But yeah. I don't say it often, but yes, if you are a subscriber here on Twitch or you are a membership on Coffee, there is a special part of the Discord that you are given access to. There's not much there. It's mostly like polls and stuff for like the next things I record for YouTube. There's early access to YouTube videos and stuff like that. And that's pretty much it. And there's a separate chat for the executive producers, which pretty much nobody uses. Like most of the Discord, it's pretty quiet, which isn't a bad thing. I like a quiet Discord. It means I don't have to do mod stuff. I almost had to do mod stuff last night, but people are behaving, which makes me happy. There's after tonight clip from 007. I don't know why. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you, Safety. But yeah, I'm not really advertising it yet, that there's like exclusivity stuff on Discord and all that, because there's really not much there yet. I'm working on it. Neither did I, Jiro. Neither did I, and I don't think this is going to go well for Crafty regardless. It has been a literal age since I last played an Ace Attorney game, so this is going to be interesting. It is a good series, Safety. It's a very off-the-wall series. The last time I played it was on the DS. Yeah, no. No, running pod. I prefer it to be quiet, to be honest. I like having a quiet Discord and all that. Oh, so welcome on in, Jindal. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I almost, and I'm glad I slept on it. I almost made a little note on Blue Sky about stream etiquette and all that stuff, but I'm still mulling over how I want to put it. Yeah, they are Argon. I think on the DS, though, I managed to soft lock myself somehow, and that's why I stopped playing it. But that time span is also kind of a fog, because that was I'm in college and working full time. So a lot of that time span between like 2000 and 2010 is a blur, because that was college time and then getting married and working full time and all that stuff and just being busy. And then after 2008, it was fixing up a house. I am so glad. Hindsight's always 20/20, but that's one of those times that I'm so glad that Zero and I were able to get a house when we did. Because we certainly as heck couldn't get one now. That is a subject for a different time. Why aren't you all coming over here and using that bench? Use the bench so you collect all of that, please. You know, I'm wondering if this is... I'm sorry. Crafts... I just had a thought. That's silly, but I wonder if that would work. Oh, hey, no worries, Jiro. No worries. You do what you need to do, my friend. All right, we're trying an experiment here. We are trying a good old experiment here. I wonder if I can get away with 2 small fields. I wonder if we can get away with 2 small fields instead of these giant fields of garlic. Because the problem is, the guys aren't coming over here to collect the goodies. And if they don't collect the goodies, there's no reason to be killing the bats. I don't know. I'm gonna go sit too and see if maybe I can encourage my little character to go over here. I wanna go over here and sit on the bench and hopefully go do that stuff. Wait, am I the little game on the screen? If you did exclamation point join, because if you look to my left, I'm pointing at all the commands if you would like to join in on today's game. Exclamation point join, and then you will pop up on the farm and you can help us do stuff. Because this is open to everybody. I've got slots set to 200, so there's plenty of room here. There is plenty of room for everybody to join. Oh, what you doing, Jindal? You're coming over here. What you doing, bud? You're gonna go sit on the bench? You are gonna go sit on the bench. That's adorable. Yeah, okay, okay. I see how this works. No, no worries, McFluffs. I forget that there are new peeps that have not done Rusties with us yet. And I probably should explain how Rusties works. Okay. So it seems like... I did harvest and looks like my... Yep, you are right there, Jindal. You are sitting on the bench having a good rest. You were taking a good rest. We're going to buy a bunch of this stuff because it is good. And that will take care of some of my money. And ultimately make us get more money. Alright, now this needs to move over 1 and up 1. We're finagling things here. Because the annoying thing is when you kill the bats, they do drop biofuel. But the only characters that can collect the biofuel are your minions. So I need to encourage the minions to come out to the edges so they will do stuff. And I've been trying to make them do that by putting benches at the edges. It does. It really does mind a matter. Memes, I gotta find YouTube short for this for everybody. Heck yeah, safety. Heck yeah. I don't know. Skyrim is going to be an interesting experience for me because I will freely admit, I'm not that enthused about playing Skyrim. I'm not that enthused about it. But on the same note, it's one of those things that's been on the backlog for so long that I want to get it off the backlog and say, yes, I have played it. Stop bugging me about it now. It's one of those games of like, I understand that it's a gap in my gaming knowledge and I really need to fix it. Maybe safety. I mean, the funny thing is, though, about stuff that's taken down off the internet, it just comes back like Lazarus. Nothing removed from the internet is permanently gone. Let's be honest. Nothing removed from the internet is ever permanent. Oh, and Yuki's yelling at Zero because she is a cat. She must decry how injustices are being visited upon her because she is a cat. Also, what I'm trying to figure out here is if I put these right at the edge, is that going to put the stuff right at the edge? I don't know if this is enough garlic to kill the bats. Oh, so welcome on in, Melina. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? I don't know. That might be enough garlic to kill the bats. Yeah. Well, a lot of people haven't played Skyrim, McFluffs. A lot of people have never played it. But it's one of those games of I've been asked about playing it enough times that it's like, okay, I probably should play this one just to say that I have played it. And it's one of those ones that I've always kind of wanted to play. I've just never taken the time to do it. Not mean to make that small. I want to move that bench somewhere else. Trying to play a bit, got bored. Yeah, and that's kind of my worry too. It's honestly kind of my worry too, is that I'm going to get bored by Skyrim. But we'll see. Ultimately, time will tell. Alright, so you are still being a problem because I don't have enough stuff over there. But that's fine. There's a bench over there, so I'll gather stuff. Yeah, well, that's fair. That's fair, Ugly Stoat. And thank you for that cat fact. I actually think, personally, I think the popularity of cats skyrocketed during COVID because they're easier to take care of than dogs are. But that is just a personal thing that I think. Whether it's true or not, who knows? Yuki! Why are you yowling? Why are you yowling, little girl? You are a cat. And you want everyone to know that you are a cat. Oh crap, I need to make that into garlic before you plant something else there. Nope, not cauliflower garlic. Alright, so let's see. Let's see if my thought process here is a valid one. We'll find out. In addition, most of the people I know who like Skyrim lots and lots are those who are min-maxers at the RPG table. Yeah, and let's be honest, Ugly Stoat. I have a feeling that when I play Skyrim, there's just going to be a lot of me wandering around with the horse. Like, let's be honest here. When Crafty plays Skyrim, it's probably going to be a lot of me just mucking around with the dang horse. Because I am a very silly bean, and that is where my brain lies. How is Crafty doing, Gone Potato? When am I not a potato, Melina? When am I not a potato? You know, Crafty is doing okay. I'm doing okay today. Trying to figure out how to arrange my farm, and honestly, I think at this point we just need more land. I gamed a lot. The only game of RPG I really played was Warframe. Yeah, I've never gotten into Warframe because Warframe is a little too FPS for me. Or is it over the shoulder? Regardless, it's a shooty game, and I'm just not really into shooty games. I mean, let's be honest here. My comfort zone are cozy farming sims, turn-based RPGs, and visual novels. As much as I hate to admit it, I do like visual novels. Horse with no name. Yeah. I'm sure I could find a remix of it, Ugly Stoat, that I could get away with playing. I'm sure I could find a remix of it. And I don't know if you were here yesterday when I was talking about why Twitch was being dumb about audio on my streams. But I need to poke at Meld, because I know Meld Studio allows me to dual stream as well. Because that was the problem, is that I'm sending it wasn't YouTube. YouTube doesn't care. Twitch is just being dumb. And from the ones that I've contested already, they're all false claims. Every single one of them is a false claim. They're saying that there's music in my streams that is not actually being played, so I just have to go through and individually contest every single one of them. It's just a pain in the butt when there's like 20. I mean, the other solution is I contest some of them, At least I can test every song once because they dinged me for the same song like 4 times in one stream, which no, just no. And they'll all expire in 2 weeks anyway. That's why I really don't care too much about what they're doing. I mean, Twitch doesn't keep my VODs. All my VODs are on YouTube. I know, your right frame is an absolute grind. Probably the best approach to I personally ever found the main quest, and I'm particularly engaging with that to me. Well, yeah, and that's what we're going to do, Winterwolf. Like, for those of you who have been here for the long haul, you remember when I was playing Breath of the Wild, there was a lot of me not doing anything with the main story and literally just riding my poor horses around and just finding crap. I was kind of doing the same thing in Elden Ring, except for everything in Elden Ring kept eating my face. Like, I was trying to do the same thing in Elden Ring, but everything in Elden Ring kept eating my face, so it got to be a little more difficult. They've unmuted some of them, Riv. I only contested like 2 songs. I haven't gone through and just contested the rest of them because it's such a pain to have to fill out my information every single time. Because what I found out, Riv, like one of my VODs got dinged. It's a crafting VOD. It got dinged 5 times for the same thing. That Lo-Fi Rain 11 or whatever it is. I got dinged 5 times in one stream for just that lo-fi thing. Every single time you contest it, you have to fill in that whole form. So, like, I really don't feel like filling in the same form 5 times in a row. Particularly on a crafting video that I don't back up anyway. Like, the crafting videos, I don't preserve them. Oh, can you? Maybe I was doing it wrong. Because I thought it made you do it individually. Yeah, that's very true, Melina. And I do want to get back to Elden Ring. Because I was enjoying Elden Ring when I was playing it. It's just, it's a hard game for me to play on stream. Although I do remember there was one instance of me being challenged by chat of like, hey, if you can get that boss on the first try, I'll gift a sub to the community. I'm like, yeah, that's hilarious. I'm never going to get it on the first try. We got on the first try. And it was some crazy boss, too. All right, let me see about this. Appeal muted audio. Is there a checkbox? Oh, okay. So if I do the same thing on all of them, it'll let me appeal all of them at the same time. Oh, see, I didn't see. Okay. So when you choose an appeal reason, it sticks a check mark there. You don't manually. Oh, okay. I see how it works now. Yeah, I see that, Riv. I thought you had to do it individually and that you couldn't submit like 3 of them at a time. Well, that makes it a lot faster. All right, well, then I'll do that after stream because I do want to do that. Because they need to know that that is a false claim and they need to knock that crap off. All right, well, something else to do this afternoon. I'm still going to look into Meld, though. Because, I mean, Restream isn't the best service on the planet. I enjoy doing it because it automatically backs up stuff. But on the same note, it's also adding crap to my YouTube videos that I have to edit out after the fact, which reminds me I have to go fix the cross code from yesterday. Oh, the life of someone who streams and tries to do backups and all that fun stuff. Alright, so there's other improvements we need to make to this place, but I can't do them until I have money. So we're kind of in a limbo right now until I get money. Oh, man, I want... You know what's funny? You know what's funny, Safety, is corn actually sounds tasty right now. And I still have some of my cornbread that I bought at the Asian supermarket that's got that, like, corn cream in it. It sounds... Honestly, it sounds disgusting, but it's actually super tasty. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, look at that. Look at that horde of bats that all just expired. Although they did get away with some garlic, which is surprising. Ooh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Jiro. So you're doing the Blade Liger or one of the other ones? Yeah, I can't help you there, Riv. I can't help you there. I almost mutinied to play Astroneer today. I'm like, no. I know Apollo Justice is going to be a one shot, and Astroneer is probably not going to be a one shot. I enjoy that game far too much for that one to only be a one shot. All right, so since I don't have money, we're just going to keep re-rolling this stuff. Actually, a fun thing you mentioned, Zoids. I need to finish that spin for Cog so I can build a Zoid on stream with you all. I have a couple of really nice Zoid kits that I would like to build. I don't want to move that if that's going to cause problems. And if I move that, it is going to cause problems. So, ideally what I should do is I should move biofuel generators. Which I think my stock of biofuel is slowly going down. Maybe not. Oh, gotcha. You're doing the yellow tiger. Nice. You know what's funny, Safety? I've never seen the Zoids anime. I was a huge fan of Zoids from building the Gunplas and all of that. I never actually watched the series. I just liked building the models. Considering Voice of the Void Factario with that CNC Obtedrium Dawn mod. We're getting a little stationeer, so I suck the game on V. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Riv. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, decision paralysis on choosing what game to play is real. You know what? I was right. I was 100% right. If you put in just 2 fields of garlic here, it's enough to keep the bats at bay. 2 fields of garlic is enough to keep the bats at bay. Unfortunately, now my plants are getting watered. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Riv. Honestly, it's just the problem of finding time to sit down and watch them, but you know how that goes. It is legit just finding time to sit down and watch stuff. And thank you for those noms. Well, I think we're good. I think now at this point, we're just kind of waiting for stuff to grow and getting myself some cash. Because what I want to do is I want to buy those 2 side panels, and then we can expand the farm and start doing that kind of stuff. It's funny, the Vamp Survivors farm is not going as fast as the other farms. And I think that whole added mechanic of having to worry about the bat invasions does change how it works. I'm gonna throw 1 water bot out there because that stuff isn't getting watered. And it will die if we don't water it. We need more water on this farm, period. Like, I don't know why I'm struggling so much with watering crops on this one, but yeah, this one's rough. I think it's because I'm running the big fields, too. When I've done this before, I've always run smaller fields. And I think that also might be the problem here, is that we're running giant fields, and the poor watering bots just can't keep up. Maybe what I should do is I should alternate in between. I don't know. It's a game. It's an idle game that I spend way too much time actually paying attention to, because it's supposed to be an idle game, and I treat it like it's a game. I treat it like it's a game because I am silly. But no, today should be fun. Like I said, we're eventually going to get to playing some Apollo Justice, and I'm very pleased to see that from yesterday, I didn't hear any weird audio or anything during the stream. So that new internal capture card might have fixed the problem I was having with capturing Switch games, which is awesome because that means now I can do more of them, and we can also start bringing in the P4 games. Subject you all to Dragon Quest builders and all that fun stuff. Or Yakuza, because I do have Yakuza 0 on P4. I'm not surprised there is Winter Wolf. I was actually talking about Command and Conquer with one of my FC members during raid night last night. Which it was so funny. Raid night last night was everyone trying to get through the raids as quickly as possible so we could all get back to doing cosmic exploration. Like, no joke. The second the raids were over last night, everybody was into cosmic exploration, or they were off unlocking cosmic exploration. It was really funny. Like, we were all of one mind last night. And I learned about a new RTS. I forget what it's called. I added it to my wish list, but it's getting terrible reviews right now because of the EULA. But that's fine. I'll wait for it to go on sale at some point. Like, I don't play a lot of RTSs anymore. I don't have the time. I legit don't have the time to play RTSs anymore. Like, I don't know about people out there that play them, but I can't remember the last time I did a real-time strategy game where it didn't last like a good 4 hours for one round. Granted, I like playing on RTSs on hard mode, so maybe that's why they last so long. But yeah, there's no such thing as a quick RTS battle. At least not in my experiences. The lower level stuff, sure, but when you're at the end game kind of content, those battles last a long time. Alright, well, I was wrong. The bats are still getting in. Ah. Arg. Alright, well, I'm wrong, actually. It looks like we do need the double. It looks like we do need the double plantings. So those two small fields are useless. These two little fields are useless. We'll wait for them to get cleared off, and then I will delete them. So that experiment didn't work. Because the bats are still stealing the garlic. Boo. Boo! For the Command Conquer series, correct? You have heard of Grey Goo, the video game, not the thing that eats the galaxy. No, I have not heard of Grey Goo, the video game. Oh, so welcome on in, Amaryllis. Welcome in, welcome in. There's a fair amount of some neat things out there using that, but one thing I heard, parents mixing AI podcasts for their kids. Parents design the content so the kid is acting out instead of figuring out why they create a podcast about being a good. Yeah, that's just questionable parenting. That is just questionable parenting. And again, falling into that problem of we want electronics to teach our children things that we should be teaching them ourselves. Oh, nice. Nice, Riv. But yeah, that is kind of like, and I agree with you, Ugly Stoat, that's kind of like dodging the problem. Because not finding out the core reason of why your child is doing something, opposed to just saying, oh, be a good little girl and eat your broccoli. Well, why am I not eating broccoli? It makes my tongue feel funny. Just eat your broccoli, it's good for you. Maybe you should, like, not? I don't know. I really don't have I don't have a leg to stand on in that conversation, though, because I don't have children. But I've been around them long enough, and I've been around parents and stuff long enough that it seems like the parents that actively, like, engage with their children, opposed to handing them an iPad, the ones that actually engage and try and figure out why the child is acting out seem to be the ones that do better. But again, I really don't have a leg to stand on because I don't have kids. So I don't know how difficult or how easy it is. All I know is my experiences from babysitting and watching family kids and dealing with my nephews as they have grown up. And knowing that the phrase, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, is a really good thing to get a kid's attention. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. It does so much sometimes when you're interacting with kids. 'Cause they expect you to be mad, and when you're not mad, they don't know what to do sometimes. I don't know. That's getting into a deep conversation. But yeah, Riv, mentioning that, I wonder if that's like the game my friend showed me last night, which I wish I remember the name of. I just pull up my wish list and look. Because I did add it to my wish list. I don't know why I'm bothering to add anything to my wish list. It is completely out of control at this point. Sure, we'll add my rank. Tempest Rising is what it's called. Tempest Rising. My friend was telling me about that. It looked cool. I mean, I'm not going to be buying any games anytime soon, because we already have a couple planned for the next couple of months that, if it works out, I will be grabbing. And I'm also just ridiculously tempted, because apparently there's a giant RPG sale on Switch right now. Of course there is. Let me tell you, chat, the Ryza games for $13 a piece, and I think the third one is 15, is so ridiculously tempting right now. It's like, I do not need another big RPG right now. Do not. Yeah, and see, that's cool. That's cool, Ugly Stoat. Okay, so survival camping trips are the best. Maybe introduce to society. We are not enacting a Lord of the Flies scenario here. We are not doing Lord of the Flies. That is a very, very bad idea. Funny, and it would definitely weed out some of the weak ones, but we are not doing this. It has been tried, and that is not a successful way to manage children. No Lord of the Flies. Please, no Lord of the Flies. That will end poorly for everybody involved. Oh, it would be... It would be terrifying, to be honest, McFluffles. Fluffles? McFluffs. Hello. Well, yeah. Well, and that it's funny you mentioned that, Melina, because that is one of my personal journeys in life and projects in life, is trying to convince the dumb people out there that video games are not the cause of all evil. Like, there have been so many studies done in recent years, like the last 10 years, so not even that recent. There have been so many studies done in the last 10 years about how video games help with, like, mental health and grieving and dealing with problems and stuff like that. I mean, at one point in time, video games weren't that intellectual. But as time has gone on and we've gotten the technology to make them better and better and better, they have gotten more and more intellectual. And I mean, you cannot tell me that Spiritfarer isn't a thing to help you with grief. Like, straight up. You cannot tell me that Spiritfarer is not a game that helps you deal with grief. Or that Before Your Eyes doesn't help you deal with some pretty heavy subjects as well. Or better yet, In Sound Mind. In Sound Mind helping you deal with mental health struggles. Or Chicory, Imposter Syndrome. Like, there are so many games out there. I could keep going of games that have made an impact on people. And you want to talk about games that aren't about mental health? Okay, how about art therapy that they've used with kids? Don't Touch the Artwork has been used in programs with kids on the spectrum to help with, like, art therapy and stuff. Like, I joke about it that point-and-click adventures like the Sierra games and the LucasArts games taught me critical thinking skills. That's not really a joke. Like, there are logic puzzles. One of my favorite games to play as a kid was a series called Dr. Brain. There was the castle, the island, and the lost mind of Dr. Brain. It's nothing but logic puzzles. The first time I ever did Sudoku was in a Castle of Dr. Brain game. Like, yeah, no, I agree with you there, Melina. I agree with you there. And it's not just with video games and stuff, is that, and I know this from my sister-in-law because she's a first grade teacher. Parents just blame everything on everybody else and not themselves. Like, straight up. Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you this much, Zero. My sister-in-law she absolutely adores kids, but she's getting out of teaching because of what's going on. It's just not good. The teachers can't do anything about it either, because if they try to discipline the kids by, like, talking with them and stuff, the parents say that you're singling out my kid and now they're being ostracized. Like, okay. Like I said, that is a subject not exactly for streaming, because that's going to get a lot of people, myself included, um, a bit heated. All right, so what else can I do on the farm? Because I don't think we have enough money to quite. Oh, we do have enough money, actually. Hold on. We can start, and I guess we'll start over here because this side is more of a mess. Sweet. All right, so we get to expand the farm a little bit. Unfortunately, it's going to be like right before we have to go play other games. That's okay. Yeah, well, you're not wrong, Melina. You're not wrong. So how are you doing today, No? Because I know you've been in areas with dead zones, so hopefully you were doing well today, my friend. Hopefully you are doing well. But yeah, today should be fun. It'll be a nice little one-shot, and I can say then that I've played this game. As this is a game actually I've been saving for YouTube because I know it's going to take a while to play. And with the amount of reading I have to do in it, it's going to be very much of it's going to be very much of a Crafty reads you a book kind of day. And sorry, I chuckled McFluffs because yes, I have definitely heard of a game called Haven. Haven is on my list of games that I want to pick up someday. Objection! Sustained. And yes, you can. No, I have definitely heard of Haven, and that is a game that I want to pick up at some point. I also want to pick up I Was a Teenage Exocolonist at some point. But I'll be honest with you, chat. I've looked at my list of games, and this whole thing with making the Wheel of Chaos with the roulette wheel and all that is just showing me that I have a ridiculous backlog of games that I really should play before I buy new stuff. But then I know Dune Awakening is coming out, and the Ride Out Remaster is coming out, and I just watched a new trailer for the Fantasy Life, The Girl Who Steals Time. I just watched a new trailer for that this morning, and now it's like, oh, what do I do? What do I do, chat? Because I really want that game. But there's other games, and I don't know what to do. First world problems, totally. Gotcha, McFluffs. Yeah, I've got it earmarked on Steam and Switch, I believe. That depending on which one it comes up on sale on, I will be grabbing it. Of which, chat, if you are not a person that uses this website, I can highly recommend it. I highly recommend that site. They just recently updated it, where now it does sales for Steam as well. And you can import your Steam wishlist in there. And it's actually kind of nice because it lists every system that a game is on. So, like, in the case of, I'm looking at my screen right now, in the case of Crosscode, where Crosscode is on multiple systems, it will tell you which system it's on sale. I will check it out, Riv. I'll probably check it out on the break I'm going to be taking in about 10 minutes. Because I need to get up and stretch. It's raining out here, so I'm a bit achy today. Is there a way you can gift games at all? Yes, there is, McFluffs. There is. I think the command might be broken currently, but exclamation point wishlist will link you to the different places. Throne has not been updated in ages. I do have an Amazon wishlist that has a bunch of stuff on it. Um, Steam, we have to be friends.
Hey, boss.
So you just have to send me a friend request on Steam if you want to gift games and stuff. But I will do the usual disclaimer of, if you gift a game, just understand that I have a ridiculous backlog and I have a schedule that I've kind of penciled in for the year. So if you gift a game, there is no guarantee that I will play it immediately, if on stream at all. I try very, very, very hard to play every gifted game that I receive on stream. Unfortunately, some of the gifted games I have received are things like Elden Ring, which is a 120-hour RPG. So at some point, I did have to stop streaming that one to do other stuff because I wasn't making progress in it. And there are still a couple of games from the gift bomb that happened when I had the broken wrist that I still haven't gotten to. And I keep trying to work them into the schedule, and it's just, it's hard. It's hard. Because honestly, my problem, chat, is that I want to finish games. Like, if we start a game on stream, unless I, like, explicitly say that it's going to be a one-shot, I like finishing games with you all. Because it's kind of fun to go through the whole game with chat interacting and, like, feeling that beautiful serotonin when you roll credits in that, and we get to share the entire journey. The problem is, I don't like short games. Like, I've got my capture card up and running in the background. I'm looking at the games that are just on my Switch right now. And there's the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy, which I know is like an 80-hour RPG. We've got Crosscode, it's an 80-hour RPG. We got Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince, that's a 100-hour RPG. What else is on this list that I'm ignoring? We've got the AI Somnium Files, because I grabbed those on sale. Sword of the Necromancer. Like, I don't play short games. That's my problem. I wish I did. Unfortunately, I like RPGs, and RPGs are generally not short. And also, welcome on in, Angel Boy Dark. Welcome in. And yes, I know I am silly, ugly stoat. Just admit it. Know your passion in real life. Instead of Pokemon, gotta catch them all. Crafty games, gotta buy them all. Yeah, I show gift nothing but short games. Well, honestly, chat, if playing video games brought in any sort of significant income for me, I would just play video games all day. Like, I would happily just do long streams every day playing video games and not have to go do skills that pay the bills. Unfortunately, that's not the way life works. I do have to go and do other things, unfortunately. If I could, I would. And one thing I have planned, and I swear to goodness, if I ever get that purple check mark, the first thing I am doing is hiring a video editor, because if I didn't have to edit my own videos, it would save me so much time to do other stuff. That and having a room that I don't disturb Zero in when I'm recording. That also would help a lot, is if I had a room that wasn't right next to Zero, because then on the nights that he's streaming, I could go record stuff and do other things. Oh, and thank you, Ramon. And also, welcome on in, Firewing. Welcome in. Ooh, and what series are you doing, Angel Boy? What series are you doing, my friend? This is person else on gaming in space, and he's actually good about interacting with chat, but it's very hard. Chat moving, and I don't know how he does it. Practice. A lot of practice, Riv. A lot of practice. And I mean, I would be better about interacting with chat, but the second that a game gets, like, interactive, and, like, I have to pay attention to a battle or something, I just hyper-focus. That's a problem for me. You already have that. Well, I have a craft room, Zero. I can't exactly game in the craft room. But yes, I do have a craft room, but that craft room is not set up for gaming. Nor am I going to set it up for gaming, because I'm not going to haul my desktop in there. Oh, nice, McFluffs. I'm so proud of you for doing that. Good. hopefully they move quickly and you'll start making a little bit of money to put back into making more. That's awesome. I should make dice bags to sell at the local game store, but eh. That's one of those things of like, I could. Am I cross-posting shorts to other platforms to get your name out there? Instagram, TikTok. Get shorts for this seems to be a bit on, so it looks like people watching streaming is changing it. Yeah, it is. It is Ugly Stout. And no, I got off of Twitter ages ago. I should probably post shorts to Blue Sky, but every time I go through my videos to try and find shorts to post, I don't know what to post. Because I don't know what's funny. I don't know what's funny, and I don't know what would draw people beyond me just saying stupid stuff. I do post shorts to YouTube. Yeah, well, that's fair, and that's fair. And like I said, McFluffs, we talked about what I do when I sell my stuff. So don't shortchange yourself. Do not shortchange yourself. And the thing is that if they don't sell, you know that you might be a little bit high and high on price. Because I know someone's going to run with that statement. You might be a little high on price. So if they don't sell, then you can lower the price a little bit. And then you'll find that sweet spot. I've been on Blue Sky for a long time, Firewing. Source YouTube, Crosspath, the Insta TikTok. A way to start. Yeah, I will not get TikTok. I refuse. TikTok is one of those things that I refuse to do. I could start putting them on Instagram, but I'd have to set up an Instagram account that's for streaming. Because I got off Instagram for a while because it got really, really toxic. Of all the places to get toxic too, Instagram got toxic. Plus, I hate their algorithm. No, it isn't, Firewing. They shut it down briefly and then things happened and it's back. I don't know. I will put it this way. Ugly Stoat. I got off Instagram when I got tired of getting stupid threats from people because I was posting knitting designs. Like, it's just... It takes a toll on you. It takes a toll on you. And when I was posting to Instagram with my knitting stuff, I wasn't in a good headspace as it was. So I probably should get back into it and see if maybe I can do something better. But I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Ugly. So I am my own worst advocate. Yeah, I was McFluffs. I will put it this way, McFluffs. I was posting a lot of rainbow stuff because I like rainbows. It had absolutely nothing to do with, like, LGBTQ+. It's just I had a whole bunch of rainbow yarn that I picked up because it was pretty. And I got some very nasty comments. Like, very, 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 very nasty comments. And it's like, okay, I'm going to get off this site for a while. I mean, put simply, that was about 8 years ago. So do the math and think about who was in office. And then I'm back on Instagram, but I don't post. I just read stuff. But no, that's not a bad idea, Ugly. So I'm just my own worst advocate because I think I'm junk. And I don't know what I should even be posting, like, content-wise. I don't even know what I should be posting. Like, not a clue. And I'm very bad at the scripted stuff. I'm much better just off the cuff with no script. So, like, trying to do scripted shorts and stuff, I've tried, and it sounds so robotic. Like, that's part of the reason why there's an entire missing playthrough from YouTube, because I was doing something scripted, and it's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Have a clip command so we can make mark funny or wholesome moments. Yeah, exclamation point clip should be clipping stuff, Angel Boy Dark. It's just a, I believe, standard It's just a standard thingy. Oh, I forgot that that was still in there. I forgot I left that command in there. And now it's in italics. That's what I like to see. Yeah, honestly, Angel Boy Dark, the problem is I don't think I'm funny. I mean, there are definitely moments that I've done things that I know are funny, and those I've posted, like the bug on a bug for Little Kitty Big City. But other than that, I don't think I'm funny. I go back and I watch my videos for like clips and VODs and stuff like that, and I just think I'm nothing but cringe. And then I get self-conscious and then I don't post anything. This is why if I get the purple check mark, I'm going to get a manager so they can do that for me. Because I am way too hard on myself. I know that. All right. At any rate, though, my friends, my timer just went off to tell me that it is break time. So we're going to put up the be right back. Whoops, wrong one. I'm going to put up that. Okay, why? Why are you doing everything I'm telling you not to do today? Please. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. I don't think I ever will either, Riv. And thank you for that, McFluffs. All right. But that said, friends, it is... Aw, well, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Angel Boy Dark. And that is definitely the vibe I want to go for. Unfortunately, that is not a vibe that makes me popular. At least not yet. We'll see. I might be slow, but at least I'm making some progress. All right, but I do need to go take a break, friends. I suggest you all do the same. Get up, stretch, grab your drinks, grab your snacks, and we will be back after these messages. All right, we are back, friends. Oh, I'd forgotten how bad the Instagram desktop app is. Trying to log into my account and it's just flat out refusing to do it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right, but that is something I will look at after Strem. And hey, welcome on in, Cog. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? How are you doing? I actually did not see those standing stretch and wall ups before I left. So let me go do those wall ups really quick, and then we will get into the game. So give me 2 secs. I'll be right back. All right. We are back. Pull-ups are done. Yes, most of them are 5.0 over like, no, I'm using this on PC. Yeah. No, it doesn't, ugly. So that's the same reason why I don't have TikTok. TikTok asks too many questions about what they want from people. TikTok asks way too many questions of what they want from people. All right, well, good. So at least I was able to. Those don't always work on signing up for stuff. Ugly Stoat, or not Ugly Stoat, Angel Boy Dark. Yeah, exactly, Cog. Okay, so just as a side note, I was able to get back into my Instagram, so I guess I will be setting up an Instagram account, because why not? I'm just going to have to edit things, because this one is wrong. This one is way wrong. That was supposed to be my fursuit account, and it's linked to all of my other stuff, which means I need to change all of that. Which is going to be fun to figure out how to do this, because if I remember correctly, the last time I looked at, the last time I looked at this to try and adjust my Instagram account, it was a pain in the butt to, like, change my email and stuff, because they don't want you to change things. So I will have to switch to a personal account. This does not need to be a business account. It's fine. I never was verified. All right. Anyway, I'll look at stuff. Yeah, exactly, Ugly Stoat. I've run into that problem too when I've tried to use the Google number. But that's fine. I mean, you do what you can, and you adjust things, and you do what you can to limit the amount of stuff that they get from you. But you can't evade everything. Any rate, we've got some Apollo Justice to play today, so let me get that up and going. Let's get that up and going after I miss stuff. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah. Yes, Angel Boy Dark. Some of those things... Okay, the reason it's deleting your messages, Angel Boy Dark, is that you're using commands like ding and air and hype and love. Firebot does that automatically. because there have been ding explosions that have happened in chat before. So what happens is it sees that you're doing a command, and it does the command, but then it deletes the message to tell it to do the command. So I don't have a chat that's just full of exclamation point ding. Because that has happened in the past. So the ones that you see getting automatically deleted are the ones that have been spammed in chat. So I had to make it so the command gets deleted. You are not in trouble. That is something the bot does when you do a command. Just so, like, I don't get a chat flooded with people dinging me. Nothing bad. It's nothing bad. It's just I'm trying to keep the chat from getting polluted by stuff. And yes, we are going to war. We are 100% going to war. That sounds delicious, Safety. What did I have for breakfast? I had an English muffin with eggs over easy. Because I didn't feel like shredding more cabbage for my cabbage, egg, and rice this morning. I'll be doing that this afternoon. I'm here, Revelation. I'm here. A little bit of bad brain today, but I'm blaming that on the weather and other stuff. Also, I hope those sound effects are going off, because I'm not hearing them. I know, Cog. I have no control over my own life, let alone chat. Oh, I didn't realize that it showed those to you all. You know, hold on, let me fix that. You know, you try to do something to make life easier, and it ends up complicating your life. Hang tight, I'll fix it. It gives me a chance to change my stream title anyway. Well, are you seeing them when the messages are getting deleted is the question, Riv. Because if you're saying that the chat is full of message deleted things, are you seeing those? Or am I seeing them? Because I don't care about seeing them. I'm just trying to keep them out of chat's purview. Because I don't care about seeing them. I just want them not to pollute everyone else's chat. Well, what am I trying to do? They're going off, but they're quiet. Alright, so I need to fix that too. Alright, stream title first so I don't forget. It's gonna be Apollo Justice. This is the Apollo Justice Attorney Trilogy. There we go. Okay. Alright, give me a second, I'll fix it. Give me a second, I'm fixing it. Until I have it fixed, please stop redeeming them. It's gonna take me a second to fix it. Alright, let's see. That is not in channel points, it is in... Alright, so space doesn't do it, that doesn't do it. Where are those even? I didn't know that restaurant was still open, Safety. I haven't been there literally in years. Okay, where are these dang things? There we go. Commands. How many Christmas, Crafty? You are losing your mind. Okay. Edit. How do I make this stop deleting the messages? Share chat, inherit, streamer account, bot account, whispers. There. I'll delete trigger. Alright, so that was on Ding, Air, and Law. Might as well check the other ones while I'm here. So reboot. It's gotten rid of that. Law, I checked. That one I checked. Did I check air? No, air doesn't have it turned on. Ding, I think I fixed already. I did. All right, so now it'll stop doing the message deleted stuff. Sorry about that, chat. Yeah, I see. I see. Let me go back and do things. Chat delete messages. Yeah, because I screwed up. Get the boops. Sorry, I'm skimming chat to make sure I didn't miss anything while I was fixing stuff. Eyesight is perfect. As much deleted thing depending on setting for people have your mods, see all. Yeah. Clean your mirror. It's perfect. I am so far from perfect. It's not even funny, no. Yeah, and Bunny Fist is not a mod, so Bunny Fist shouldn't be seeing message deleted, so it's all fixed. No, it isn't Firewing. It's actually not open around the clock, at least not anymore. I have to attend an important meeting a bit, so hey, no worries, McFloss. I'll be getting started with Apollo Justice in a second. You didn't break things, Angel Boy Dark. My stupidity did. Because I was trying to do something to make chat cleaner, and, it failed. You did not break anything. That's just me being an idiot again. Alright, but that said, we are going to get over into Apollo Justice. My stream title should have changed at this point. So we should be showing Apollo Justice as our stream game now. So I'm going to kick everybody off the farm. Yeah, it used to be back in the day. But yeah, we've determined that the message deleted thing was me being stupid, so let's just not talk about it anymore. Like, I screwed up. I was trying to do something. It didn't work. It's fixed now, so you won't see the messages anymore. So hopefully people just don't spam the chat with ding and all that fun stuff. It's fixed as much as I can fix it. Okay, so let me go back here for a second while I kill the music. Yeah. I should know better than to try and do new things, Cog, because if I try new things, I fail. I should know better. At any rate, we're going to kill that music. And we're going to pull up Apollo Justice. Let me full screen this for myself. And hopefully we get music. Now, it won't show here anymore, which is fine, but it should show as soon as we go over here. So hopefully there is now game sound. At least I hope there is. Oh, so welcome on in, and thank you for that follow, my friend. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Please help yourself to the abundance of cookies in the break room, and remember, there are no only cookies. No, it isn't. It isn't, Cog. Although, Steak and Shake isn't terrible. Steak and Shake isn't terrible. Hear noises of music. Okay. Well, let me know if I need to turn it up. Because it is surprisingly quiet. Yeah, that is maxed out. No, I like text box transparency. Low, please. Alright, chat. So we got a question for y'all. Turn this on to enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the story automatically without any press any buttons. Answer the questions, but I'll hand. Oh. Interesting. We're not doing that. Consultations during trial segments. For the correct answer a few times for the customers, so you will have the option to consult your partners for hints or help. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so the question now, chat. The question now is, what language do we do this in? We can do it in English or Japanese. I will let chat decide if we are doing English or Japanese. I know what my preference is, but I'll let chat decide. I will try Angel Boy Dark, but like I said, I'm kind of having a bad brain day today already. So it's frustration. It's frustration, my friend. Yeah, I figured everyone wanted a voice in English. German would be funny, Ugly Stoat. And thank you for that.
You've discovered a lot of it.
And thank you for that, Angel Boy Dark. Thank you for those 42 kibble bitties. Yeah, I figured everyone wanted the voice in English. I'm kind of old school in that I like playing it in Japanese, but I know that's not for everybody. Yeah. Well, and that's the big reason why, Riv. Alright, so we've got 4 episodes to choose from. Wait, I can set the background music. What? Dude, that's cool. Hold on. What? Oh, that's cool. You can set, like, the different music and the backgrounds just on this screen? That is so silly. Why? That is so silly. Oh, wait, this one's animated. Look at Apollo yelling and yelling justice. Well, and thank you, Angel Boy Dark, for gifting those 5 tier 1 subs to the community, and welcome on in, Cat Lover, Macaroon Raccoon, Mr. Rue, Fun64, and Blizzard Kitsune. Welcome on in to the executive producers. Enjoy the ad-free viewing emotes, and if available, please make sure to thank your gift subber. Actually, McFluffs, I do. Not completely. I am not fluent in Japanese, but I understand enough of it to get by when playing some games and stuff. I still have to rely on subtitles, but I know enough to be able to not have to read the subtitles all the time. However, this only applies to animes and video games. If I'm talking to a a native speaker of Japanese, I can't understand a word they're saying because accents are a problem for me. And I cannot read it at all. I cannot read Japanese. Yeah, it's because people are being heckin' sweeties to me today. And also, thank you, Kagan, for those 200 kibble bitties. That is very, very kind of you. You've got a hype train going, you butts. Oh, you got a hype train going, you butts. I swear. I should just keep it to myself when I'm having bad brain days, because every time I have a bad brain day, you all decide that I need to be spoiled. And then I feel guilty. Yeah, they really can make flops. But I mean, I've been watching anime since I was like 7. So you cannot watch the volume of anime that I have and not pick up a little bit of it. I will also point out that if you're looking to learn Japanese, at least hearing it and understanding it, an actual really good way to learn Japanese is the anime Cardcaptor Sakura, because it's basically elementary school Japanese. And thank you for the additional 200 kibble bitties, Riv. I know. But you know me, I feel guilty when people are nice to me because I don't understand kindness sometimes. 40. There. Now we have chiller music here. Anyway, it was Pixie. And thank you for the 100 kibble bitties, Pixie. That's very, very sweet of you. My lord. It's something interesting too. I just noticed that Firebot tells me how much people have contributed to the stream, and y'all are way too generous to me.
Kibble bitties.
Big old kibbies. And thank you for those additional 100 kibble bitties, Amaryllis. For being too nice to me today. And now I'm being flustered and trying to stall. Oh god, am I ready for this today? I don't know if I have the brain for this today. So it's a way to counteract you having a bad brain day, because you should know you can brighten up a bad day. We will. Oh, that's true. That's true, Bunny Fist. It's just... I have said it before, but this time of year is rough for Crafty. Like, April and May are not the best 2 months for me, because a lot of stuff happened in these 2 months in the past years that have made them just kind of rough. But I also get introspective because it's my stream, well, not stream, my streamer anniversary. And I always think about, like, okay, have I done as much as I want to do with this? And the answer is always no. And then it's like, well, what can I do to fix it? And it's like, I have no clue. I don't know. It's just, it's imposter syndrome months. So it'll get better. Stream anniversary when? Technically, it's in February, Amaryllis, but I celebrated in May because February is just too busy for me. So, streamiversary, just because we're, honestly, ironically, we're 1 month out. We are 1 month out from it. Streamiversary is going to be on Friday, the 23rd of May. So, we're going to be doing a special Friday stream. But yeah, we are exactly 1 month out today from Streamiversary. Because it's easier for me to do it in May when I'm able to plan for stuff. And also, thank you for the additional 100 kibble bitties, Angel Boy Dark. That is very, very kind of you. My goodness. And thank you to Pixie for the additional 100 kibbies for brain power. Yeah, I know, Angel Boy. And I shouldn't be so hard on myself, but there are days that it's hard. Alright, but that said, we've got a game to play today. So let's play the game. Let me lower my armrest so I'm actually comfy with a controller. But we got a game to play today. Yes. We have a game to play today. Can't turn about Trump. Alright, I'm also on. There. Now I won't block things. Okay. This is gonna be fun. It's been an age since I played these games. It's gonna be hard not to add this game to the roster right now. But we gotta finish something. Showdown time. You lose. Ah, oh, someone just died. Oh, broken bottle. Eek. Dun dun dun. So dramatic. Yes, we do. We do start by losing. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cop should be here any minute. I need to change something in settings. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. April 20th, 9:37 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Okay, good. Now I can change things. How do I turn down the text speed? I bet if you measure how much you've grown versus how short you've fallen, you have a better time. Yeah, I know, Angel Boy. I know. And thank you, Punny Fist, for all of those positive vibes. They are appreciated. I wonder if that's what it is. Hold on. Wait time. Adjust the length of time until the next line of dialogue is displayed in autoplay and story mode. Yes. Give me a full 3 seconds because I have to dictate this to chat. And yes, only a few days ago, actually. Ironically, only a few days ago. I love how they smartly don't put a year in here either. Panicked. Palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Good morning, sir. Pissed off. Oh, it's spelled the cool way, too. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No. I'm loose. I'm fine. That screechy noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got a 5 a.m. to do my Cords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. No, you're not. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. Off. I overdid again. God, these games are so quirky. Tell us the plans that you want to do in chat can be powerful and helpful like a wishing well. Well, I have a lot of plans, Angel Boy, and we'll talk more about my plans for the streamiversary, since we're talking about it. We'll talk about it, when we're doing crafting tomorrow. So my plans for streamiversary right now are I don't have a clue or a charity stream. I don't have a clue or we're gonna do charity. Wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. Oh, did you now? We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Also, what is this court record? How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. Time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17th. Death caused by single blow to forehead. The sub-basement of the Borscht Bowl Club. Oh, cool. Neat. Victim's name, Shadi Smith. Male. Estimated time of death. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to forehead. I can examine it. No clues here. Oh my god, that is so funny. Oh, hello. What's this? There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Oh, that is too funny. Okay, we already did that. I dined on him. Oh, did I say that? But yeah, I'm thinking we might do an extra live stream on that Friday. I just don't know what I'm gonna do for it. Don't know what I'm gonna do for it. I'll figure it out. Alright. Oh, I can look at people, too. Alright. Christoph Gavin, boss at the Gavin Law Office, a first-rate defense attorney and my trusted mentor. Ah, no! My first client just standing in front of this guy makes me nervous. The victim in the case, a traveler, only recently back in country. Okay. Cool. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Whee! My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. Sure you're not. The defendant has been accused of murder. Murder most foul. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Sure. Ding! God, I've forgotten how awesome that sound is. You know, I should make the ding random. So half of the time it's the Ace Attorney ding, and the other half of the time it's a normal ding. What do you think about that, chat? Should we have two? Do we have two different dings here? Nope, nope, you were not floating, Crafty. You were just... I forget that the Switch automatically letterboxes stuff. Also, I don't remember if I mentioned this yesterday, but please let me know if the audio goes funny. But I think this new capture card has fixed our problem, which is awesome. And yes, murder, murder most foul. And now I want Chimkin. Imagine the murderer having a full-on crying fit in court. I swear I should have stopped, but he just wouldn't stay dead. Wow. Wow. I should add it to the ding file, because I just need to find it, but that won't be a hard one to find. Because that way you get the Power Wash ding, and you get the Ace Attorney ding. Alright, whoa. Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help! So, you're fine. I'm fine. You're an idiot, Apollo. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? Shh. I didn't remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. You sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend. So why? You'll see. Huh? Oh god, is he opposing counsel in this? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time, shall we? Yes, sir. God, this is gonna go so terrible. Welcome on in, Rye. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice! Why did the Indiana Jones theme just start playing in my head after I said, here comes justice? Right. What if they're the same ding? I don't think they are, but that would be awesome, Angel Boy. That would be really cool if they were. The court is now in session. Also, is this particular judge immortal? Like, is this judge immortal? Because, like, he is in every game. No matter what game it is always the same judge. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is, fine. I mean ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Act. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Ahem, Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case? That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always see to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. How? Oh, well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn? Why? You're not wrong, Melina. I did not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Crap. Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. Catching up on chat. Justin, here she comes. Yeah. He did say justice like Indy. Just for a long line of judges all clone. Judge wanted me to know that Zeus Olympus wasn't cutting it. He does feel like he should be on Olympus. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Okay, so the judge knows the defendant. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? Seriously? The client... How did I not recognize him? The defendant is Phoenix Wright. You've got to be kidding me. I have to defend Phoenix Wright as my first frickin' case? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player? Seriously? Mr. Wright? How could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. The prosecution will be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. To think, I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. You'd like that, Payne. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. How did I not recognize that's Phoenix Wright? Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head. Smack! Killed him cold. Customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was... the pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright. A pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Sure, it's grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. Okay, well, if it's Phoenix drinking it, that makes sense. The court accepts the deadly bottle as deadly bottle added to court record. Grape juice bottle used as a murder weapon bears the defendant's, Mr. Wright's, prints. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right. I've heard of that. Use R to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. Just use R. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, shady Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. Well, it's just like the grape juice in Stardew Valley, Rye. It's just like the grape juice in Stardew Valley. We all know what it is. Good question, Firewing. We might find that out. I mean, we can definitely look at the bottle to see. No clues here. I mean, ironically, it's a screw top bottle. Ah, grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. Borscht. And yes, I can say borscht. I've had it before. The bottle is completely empty. Even though wine just tastes like spicy grape juice. Yeah, it's true. But yeah, who knows? Who knows, Firewing? I mean, I would guess that it was empty when it was used. For his prints. Well, that's a good question. They might have already taken them off the bottle. But we'll find out, I'm sure. Right. Remember trying my first time, legit was taken back. Wait, this tastes like juice. The very hint. Yeah. Yeah, the first time I tried wine, it was an extremely strong wine. So yes, there was no subtle hints of alcohol. There was no subtle hints of alcohol when I tried wine. Alright, so back to story. A traveler. According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. He had some sort of connection with the defendant? That, too, is unclear at this point, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they'd only just met, then why murder? Murder of passion. Perhaps the victim cited the defendant's piano playing? Slighted. That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. Oh, shut up, Payne. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to becoming the basest sort of criminal. It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know the final outcome. I mean, if no money is being exchanged, it's not gambling, it's just playing poker. Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present. I forgot how goofy this series was in general. I need to get more of them. Oh, so welcome on in, Parker. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, I believe the defense was waxing poetically in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. That will be the first order of business here, then. To impress women? Find out more about this fatal game of cards. So smug, Phoenix. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Oh boy. Witness testimony. The competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Our real job is to take on interesting customers. Our real job is to take on interesting customers over at the poker table. The room we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. You play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. Happy and I'm sneezing. Pianist who can't play piano. Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Oh, come on. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it! Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. So you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Did I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher in cross... Yes, because I don't know what the heck I'm doing. It's been years. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. Yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed, your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with R. But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now. A good sign that you need to press the witness with L for more information. Press? Yep. Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. Okay, can I point out that we just called him a remarkable man, and he's just kind of staring off into the distance like... Dial-up noises are going through my head right now. Like... There's nothing going on behind those eyes right now, is there? Oh, lordy. But isn't Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? Yes. Thank you, sir. I think I can do it. I think you better, or we're gonna have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. This is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies. Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if. Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. Well, he might not intentionally lie, but memories are not infallible. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Here we go. Cross-examination. The competition. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Angel Boy. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Can I look at this? Okay. Welcome on in, Ichigo. Welcome in. How are you doing? Alright, so there's no piano in the viewpoint there. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take interested customers over to the poker. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. I'm going to press him on that. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. It has quite a history, actually. Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screens nowadays. Yeah. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. Smoky room. Gambling hoods. You know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Angel Boy. Oh, well, that's good, I guess, Ichigo. I mean, there's nothing wrong with bettering yourself. Absolutely nothing wrong with bettering yourself. Alright, the bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, too, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they got to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Yeah, I don't believe you. Hold on a second. So you can press him on different things, too. Two decks of cards. Hold on. I only see one deck. About that. Two decks of cards. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate two decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. Crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used two types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker, you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Okay. Yes. A game of hands. Okay. Well, this picture doesn't have color, so I can't tell what the colors on the floor are. But I don't believe you that it's a game. You're getting pressed again, Phoenix. So, you claim you weren't gambling. That's right. It was simply a game. You didn't bet any money. Not even a little. The only thing at stake in our game was pride itself. Oh ho! Well put, Mr. Wright. I got a mind to play a hand of poker myself. The stakes, your fate. Can we get back to the trial now? Can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. Yeah, I'm not done. Well, yeah, exactly, Daichi. Exactly. No, I didn't want to press you. I wanted to present something. No, present that. Dang it. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to show you something. I hit the wrong button. Hush. Now, I don't know if you present the evidence, like, at the thing where there's the inconsistency. I think you do. There. All it is a game, our customers are happy. Well, no, they're not, because there's money on that table. Objection! Objection! Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow you. It clearly or contradicts the, I thought... You don't sound very sure, Mr. Justice. Objection over... Oh, come on! I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Okay. Okay. So that wasn't the right answer. So I guess I'm supposed to press him on everything until I find an inconsistency. You can hardly play. Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Is that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. And why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? Your real job is to take interested customers over at the poker table. I'm obviously not braining today because I'm not getting what I need to do. They pay you just to play poker. That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all. Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? It's competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now, that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Arg, I completely let that one slip by. How do I yell out objection? Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right. There's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? I am so confused as to what's going on right now. Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. Okay. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Press. Silence? Defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? So, is this the tutorial? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice. Didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait. Something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it? When you figure it out, I suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. Contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony, but why? Better check the court record. Can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I am missing something painfully obvious here. Yeah, bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. It has to be the bottle. Play in here, blah, blah. Rules are simple. Oh, it is a game. Customer's happy. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Yeah, except for your prints are on it. So you had to have touched this. Yeah. Objection! Let's hope I got it right this time. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle? Right. So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Hee hee hee. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What? What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Did I just... Oh! Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Ah ha ha ha. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove he did it. Oh, they won't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down, which means the bottle was being held by the neck. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can be only one reason to do that. Did I just get Phoenix arrested? Yes. To brain someone with the bottle. Ah! Did I just get Phoenix arrested? Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I mean, if you picked up the bottle from like a case, the fingerprints would also be upside down, possibly. Or if you're grabbing it out of a rack, like a racked wine rack or something. I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder, for now. Smug jerk. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Objection! Objection indeed. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... Yeah, why would he report himself? Really? Yes. Well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Did it actually say that? I looked at this already. It didn't say that. Okay, I'm very confused. The report does not say that. Oh, because that's the autopsy report, that's why. Near the scene. Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? Ooh, diagrams. I like diagrams. The victim was murdered in a small room of the basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. True. The defendant used the stairs in the hallway to go above ground. Call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see. And this is the phone that made the call? Wright's cell phone added to the court record. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. What? Wow, the battery is being held in with a piece of tape. You should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. Yeah, well, that's fair, Angel Boy. Unfortunately, this is not a real trial. It would be so much easier if this was a real trial. You know, I'd really like to pull off that piece of tape. That might be important, though, that it's being held on by a piece of tape. I don't see any other clues on this, though. Alright, yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Ugh. Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. You're as good as they say. Someone else was in the room the night of the crime. It must mean they witnessed the crime through that little window, I bet. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? No? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. I am not doing as well at this as I hoped I would. Does she have a bowl of borscht? The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. What? Use a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your directions, this court will cut them off. You are sure? I swear on my gavel. Please, come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you're sure it's okay. I swear to goodness, she has a bowl of borscht. Now, the prosecution. What? Well, wait a minute. Why do you have a camera? The prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. These are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Orley. I am employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht, that is the naming restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service. Oh my. I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures? Mm-hmm. Like, for example, this one. Oh! Oh, I love the nesting dolls in the background. Okay. No, I'm not inspecting this picture, not at all. That's the defendant. Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed. That is the victim. Whack, whack, whack. Order, order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop in our laps. It is the same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually. Sure. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Yes, you casually dump bowls of borscht on people's laps. I totally believe that. Olga's photo added to court record. I want to look at this photo. Now witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I don't care. I want to look at the picture. No, not my badge. Picture. Picture. Yeah, what is with all of that fog? I don't know if that's fog or snow or what. That's weird. And I do see the bottles of grape juice sitting next to Phoenix there. Borscht on the table. Juice on the walls. Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly, Bunnyfist. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout, we call it. Excuse me? The hideout? It is room where famous gangsters, Fog Guy, was arrested. Is room where murder took place. I don't know why I'm making her Swedish. I'm sorry, I can't do a Russian accent. You look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That is true, because borscht is supposed to be cold. Da. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want a copy of. So there are 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Scotty Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... No, that does not mean she's the killer. Let's hear your best Russian accent. I cannot do that. I cannot do a Russian accent. I'm not even going to try. Not even gonna try. And also, enjoy that lurk, my friend. Yes, Boris and Natasha. Musen squirrel. No. You will testify to the court about the night's events. Witness testimony. Also, enjoy that lurk, Endar, although I see you are harassing me from lurking. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players play with hats on. Da. The victim, he plays whole time with his hands on locket at his neck. Interesting. Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened. Da. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to... Strangling him? Strangling him to death? Wait, no. Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. Objection! Objection indeed. That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Sure. Justice. Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. No, you did. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. Do you now? These are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime. Now we finally get a color photo. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far left side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? Yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of the courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chip's photo added to the court record. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Objection, wedge is sticking up the courtroom with borscht. I like borscht. Want to shave that? Yeah, look how Payne's head is annoying. Yeah, I know. Okay, that I didn't know, Melina, that Payne is the biggest card maker in the UK, and that's probably intentional. And I wish I could, Rye. I wish I could. I can do a Swedish accent, I can do a Southern accent, I can sometimes do a French accent. But Russian is beyond me, and I don't know why. That's what we need to look at, Angel Boy. I also noticed that she said the victim was strangled to death, but we know that the cause of death was a bottle to the head, so already there's an inconsistency here. That fateful night. That night, a customer asked me to deal cards for game. Alright. So, first things first, I want to look at this. So we got a 7 of hearts, a 7 of diamonds, a 7 of clubs, an ace of spades, and an ace of diamonds. No, none of the cards are duplicated. Because we got a king of hearts, a king of spades, a king of diamonds, an ace of clubs, and an ace of hearts. So, no duplicated cards. Wait. Why does it look like there's a duplicated card on the floor, though? I think that's not intentional, though. I don't think that's intentional. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a card at the very top of the screen next to the juice bottle, and I don't think that's intentional. That cannot be right. Yeah. Okay, so that night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was gold. Both players played with hats on, da. The victim, he plays whole time with hands on locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da. A man flew a victim is strangling him to death. I don't think so. But the defendant would never do... The defendant would never do such a thing. Eek! Well now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please, refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat to the undefeated man. Though it as always is with men like him, winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shadi Sim, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Wright isn't the killer. I've got you now, Orly. Do I? That's how a dealer counted the cards can help in cheating. That is very true, Rye. That is very, very true. I think what happened is Shadi knew that she was cheating. Yeah, this is not right. He did not strangle him to death. Nope, we're gonna present that. Objection! Objection! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Ah, normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss O'Reilly, really now, did you witness the crime? God, I love these games. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Someone put the hat back on. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. Crime photo 2 added to the court record. Yay! But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss O'Reilly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. Well, what do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. Such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. Such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. That night, customer asked you... Okay. And that's true. She did catch the borscht. Somehow she did catch the borscht. I'd also note that there's no litigation marks around the neck. So, I mean, if she did deal the cards, it would make sense for that chair to be there. This is obviously not the same room. That night, customer asked me to deal... Okay. What if I press you on that? You're dealing cards. Do you do this often? Yeah, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. It is good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the witness. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Duh. It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic Russian restaurant theme. Outside is city and spring, but inside is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way I am going there. I agree. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning. Duh. I thought borscht was supposed to be served cold. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. His locket. Yeah, he didn't have a locket on. I believe it was a good luck charm. Duh. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and stars. But if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. Ugh, the defense would like clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course! I knew that. Probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape it is. Is there a bad form to poke fun at the heart of hearing in our society? Heart of hearing or heart of understanding? But what happened next? Alright. I thought borscht was served cold. I wonder what I'm thinking of that's served cold. Where's the locket? Where's the locket? Because he's got a locket on in that photo. There's no locket in that photo. And there's no locket in this photo. Where's the locket? Beans preparation to be hot borscht is typically thicker and meatier, while cold borscht is smoother and creamier. Yeah, and cold borscht is what I've had. And welcome back, McFluff. Welcome back. But yeah, cold borscht is what I've had. He doesn't have a locket on. So, where's the locket? Where's the locket, chat? I'm gonna present this. Because that locket is missing. Where is it? Also, welcome on in, Decomator. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Objection! Yeah, where's the locket? Witness statements is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Justice. Oh, come on! Ugh, I must be on the wrong track. But I'm not on the wrong track. The locket is missing. Last on dump, something terrible has happened. Okay. Something terrible. Eek. Defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Miss O'Reilly, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. Duh, I trembled with fear. After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle. You just changed your testimony. You just changed that. You didn't say anything about hitting before. Sorry, so sorry. I must be forgetting this, da. Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, da. I'm sorry, Your Honor. And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle the victim, then changed his mind, and chose a simpler, more blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. We strangled him, then hit him. Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. Sorry, I'm trying to think how... So, question 1 is, where is the locket? Question 2 is, if I have the evidence to say that she did it, what is that evidence? Yeah, they both have hats on. He doesn't have a hat there. Place whole time with hand on, locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. The defendant tried to strangle the victim. He hit him with a bottle. Okay. Yeah, you can give a hint, Rye. Because I'm missing something. Mrs. Crafty. I haven't been called Mrs. Crafty in a long time. I don't want to present more evidence unless I'm sure. Yeah. And I agree, Rye. I agree. It looks like they grabbed a different bottle. But where would I present that is the question. Yeah, I noticed that too. And that's true. Someone did put the hat back on him in the picture. So I guess I can try presenting that murder photo to her. Where's the bottle? Yeah, we'll try that. We'll try that, Decomator. That's not a bad idea. Objection! Okay. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Does it now? I don't see anything contradictory. You sure about that? Objection overruled. Nope, it's not the bottle. It's not the bottle. But I also might have presented the bottle at the wrong time. Yeah, that's also true. She wouldn't have. Hold on a second. How are you dealing the cards with gloves on? You're doing cards. You do this often. I'm doing this. Reserving board cards, more cards. My work. Good to hear. Blah, blah, blah. How are you dealing cards with gloves on? But how do I prove that she... How do I prove that she can't deal cards with gloves on? I press the second picture. Yeah, but I mean, he can't hold the locket when he's dead, Daichi, is the way that I'm looking at it. Maybe we can try it. I just feel like I'm missing something here. And it's also quite possible that we presented the evidence at the wrong time. Because I have options of when to present stuff. Surprisingly, these games are harder than you think they are. Because I want to get around the fact that you can't deal cards while you're wearing gloves. Yeah, good question, McFluff. Good question. Last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. I'm trying to strangle Bobby, hit him with a bottle. Did I press her on that statement? Something terrible? I'm friend you. Sorry. Tell us what happened. Oh, I was so frightened. I trembled with fear. After the defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle. Okay. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about the whip. I don't know if we pressed her about the locket. Yeah, no. Yeah, I am kind of at a loss. I am kind of at a loss. No, you're fine, McFluffs. You're not going to distract me right now. You are not going to distract me right now, my friend. I just don't want to present the evidence wrong again. Oh, that is an awesome thing, McFluffs. That is an awesome thing. And congrats on that. Because that is a wonderful, wonderful thing to stop doing that. It's definitely healthier for you. Really bugging me, too, that that bottle doesn't have a cap on it, but the one that we have has a cap. Yeah, I do have the autopsy report. I don't know if doing the autopsy report again. I don't remember if we've done that already or not. I mean, there's no marks around the neck either that would be consistent with him trying to strangle him, so that just doesn't make sense either. Yeah. Not necessarily Games with Jewel, because it doesn't look like that broke skin. That just looks like a bruise. I mean, if it didn't break skin and the bottle didn't break, there wouldn't be any blood on the bottle. I'm missing something. Also, the question is, why would I put the hat back on? Yeah, cerebral hemorrhage. So yeah, there wouldn't necessarily be blood. I guess we can present the bottle, but... Last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. The victim he placed the whole time with his hands on locket at his neck. It was cold while players played with hats on. The night customer asked me to deal cards for a game. See, I think that's the inconsistency, because how do you deal cards with gloves on? Yeah, well, that's fair. That's fair, Bunny Fist. And they make the photo black and white so you can't tell to make it harder. They make it harder for you by doing that. Also, if it's that cold, why isn't Phoenix wearing shoes? Because I noticed he's wearing sandals. That's just me nitpicking. Can be placed the whole time with his hand on lock and at his neck. Last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. The defendant tried to strangle the victim and hit him with the bottle. Alright, I guess we'll show you the bottle. I don't think this is the right answer, but we'll try. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see it. Oh, no, I think we already tried this. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, it's true. That's true, Decimator. I mean, the inconsistency I'm seeing is how the heck does she deal cards with gloves on? Yeah, go for it, Games with Jewel, because I'm too numb to get it today. Or at least give me a hint. Because I've got a bunch of ideas, and every single one of them so far has been wrong. I've had a bunch of ideas, and every single one is wrong. Statement 5. So it is on the last statement. Then he tried to strangle the victim. He hit him with a bottle. Okay. So we've tried doing the bottle, but that didn't work. Well, the locket. Yeah, the locket should be mentioned. Because where did it go? It's missing. I guess we'll try this photo. If I'm wrong, then we're done. Objection! Your Honor, that statement contradicts evidence. It does. It's contradictory. Yeah, there is something contradictory. There'd be bruising on the neck if he tried to strangle him, but I forget this is a video game and not reality. Enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. Defendant's case is insufficient to overturn. Yeah, because I screwed up. Defendant will surrender himself to the court's care. To undergo a regular trial at the High Court within a month's time. Blah, blah, blah. Court is adjourned. Yeah, and I'm not following games with Jewel. I'm not following. So, I'm going to go take a break because we're due for a break anyway. And I'm going to ponder this and see if I can't figure it out. So, give me a couple of minutes, chat, and I will be right back. All right. You're back. I'm just getting comfy. Of course, my controller decided to shut off while I was up, like it do. Okay. Let's try this again. A defendant tried to strangle victim. They hit him with a bottle. Yeah, you would expect that. You would expect that. I mean, we're back up to having a full bar of evidence that we can present, so we can try showing that picture again. But let me catch up on chat here. It says something that is not mentioned where it should be talked about. I agree, the judge does suck. Yeah, and I don't want the exact answer, so Jewel. I appreciate that. Oh. Okay. Yeah, and I am too, Bunny Fist. I am too. No, Firewing, the game music just turned off because I took a longer break than I'd intended to. But I decided to get myself a real bit of something to eat instead of just like a granola bar. Decided to get something a little actual food. Alright, so let's look at each of these things again. No, don't press. Especially about all of this. Go ahead, I believe you know what it was you. Right, well, if I did, I'd do it, Gavin. And also, thank you for that follow, my friend. I saw you follow while I was on break. Welcome to the Musies. Please help yourself to the abundance of cookies in the break room, and remember, there are no shenanigans. Sure, games with Jewel. Why not? I'm obviously not smart enough to figure it out on my own. Yeah, we've already pressed her about this, though. I don't know exactly which one this is, right? Because I'm playing the Apollo Trilogy. So I don't know the name of this specific game. Yeah, we've already asked her about the locket. It's the first one. It would be the first of the trilogy, because I started at the beginning. Okay, so we've already asked about the locket being missing. We've already asked about the locket being missing. And it's not mentioned in the autopsy report, and if he had a locket on, it'd be much harder to strangle him. Yeah, which one, Games of Jewel? There's 3. And we've already shown her this picture, and they said that wasn't the right answer. But I can do it again. I'm pretty sure we showed her this picture already.
Objection!
Okay, I thought we'd shown her this picture already. All right, you know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on his locket at his neck, I believe she said. See, this... Sorry to nitpick here, but this makes absolutely no sense. Because he's dead. His hand would not still be on the locket. Unless the locket was already missing when they started playing. And yes, Rye, yes. There are, I think, 6 games that happened before this one that are all Ace Attorney games. And Ace Attorney is all Phoenix Wright. Alright, I hope you're not about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photo. Look at this photo. You see a locket on the victim's neck? So yeah, I had the right idea, I just pointed it out in the wrong scene, apparently. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? We are to believe the witness's testimony as is, and the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Which was my idea, I just showed it to you in the wrong scene, apparently. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah. Kirk? Which I'll point out, Phoenix is wearing the locket. The defendant, what do you have to say to this? Yeah, Phoenix is wearing the locket. I already noticed that in the beginning scenes. Hey, welcome on in, Theo. Welcome in. How are you doing? Say. Yes, yeah, he's wearing the locket. I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. Mr. Wright has a locket too. Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Oh, I know, Melina. I believe you're talking about the Legal Eagle episode. Which is fantastic, I might point out. Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly. Why are you getting all cagey? Miss O'Reilly, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Duh. I'm guessing that's the Ace Attorney movie Games with Jewel, because I know there's an anime. Oh, I'm sure she did. The game began with 3,500 points and chips for each mon. House chips comes in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of rage, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true. He thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Alright, well, let me grab a couple bites of my lunch. They would have been. They would have been, Melina. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true, Theo. But if Melina is referring to the episode of Legal Eagle, I think they are. They had both a US and a Japanese attorney on the show, and both of them ripped Ace Attorney to shreds. It was more, I think, for funsies than it was anything else. They weren't trying to be serious. It was an episode just for fun. I don't think anyone thinks Ace Attorney is a serious detective game. Nor is it meant to be. Alright, bite of lunch taken. So let's do serious competition. Game began with 3,500 points and chips for each mon. I'm going to press you about everything. Were those the usual starting points? Were there any special rules used? No, no special. Usual game, usual rules. And began with 3,500 points, and the total would be 7,000. Exactly 7,000 points. This isn't calculus. It's not even long division. House chips come in small and large. One who was winning, he was victim. Small and large, huh? Question is, you don't tell me how much the small and large chips are. So you know what? Hold on. Yeah, what are the two sizes? Are the chips? Excuse me. All the chips in this photo, all the chips that were used. Yeah, of course. Why are you lying? I'm this fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Press harder. Maybe you can explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? What are you objecting about, Payne? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. Not... Shut up. Thanks. I pressed her. I better ask something. What are the chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles, even? Yet, as I've been saying before, it was a game, not gambling. Or perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two types of chips. 100 points and 1,000 points chip. Is not money. Justice. Sir. Did you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'll have it add to her testimony myself. Well, defendant want to... yes. Add to testimony. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add to the testimony. Wish I knew where I was going with this. Oh, I know where you're going. Farewell, witness, if you would be so kind. Your Honor. Nope, you're not the only one. Right. So there should be a total of 7,000 chips here. So, if that's true, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got 10,000 chips already on the table just with the black chips. You are lying. Nope.
Objection!
That's a big old objection there. You sure it was the victim who won? absolutely sure? Seems our new attorney is a bit confused. Glance at the photo. Okay. They say, there's too many chips on the table. Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. No, they're not. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. Uh-huh. The totals? There's too many chips if the big ones are 1,000. Uh-huh. Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes? If my calculations are correct, let's see. 3 plus 1 carry the 5. Oh, God. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, there is 10,600 on the board. Oh, the small ones are the big value. 100% the small ones are big value. They have to be, otherwise the photo doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Melina. And I'm with you also, Talon. I want to do slap the heck out of Pain. Also, welcome on in, Pain. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome on, Pain. Wow, welcome on in, Talon. And you add them up. How much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. Dun dun dun! But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Okay, brain, come on. Work, please. And yeah, she is definitely an unreliable witness. Chip counts were wrong. I'm guessing chip counts were wrong and that we're thinking the wrong values of the chips, maybe? Oh, really, Rai? Really? I mean, he is very cute. Alright, chip count was wrong. The odd thing here is the number of chips, right, Mr. Gavin? Why are you asking me? Just in case? Justice, it's your case I'm concerned about. If you're wondering about the chips, just look at the photo. It's all there. Even our judge with his failing eyesight can count them. Not the only thing failing the judge. Let me ask you again. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Both were right. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? Small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Nope, I'm right. Huh. Show me that photograph of the chips again? There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why? That does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Dun dun dun! Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. I kinda did. Well, I'm just glad it was the one who said it. I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips. No, but if you add up the values, he didn't have more money. Ah! Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. Ah! Exactly. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and Phoenix had 4,100 points. Well, now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yarg! Now, Miss O'Reilly, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? I mean, she was the dealer. Ah. Game is silly. Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. Nyog. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony at all. Excuse me? What is it, Miss O'Reilly? I did not want to be saying this, but... Actually, you see, See what, Miss O'Reilly? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat. Ah. A cheat? You don't mean a trick? Yes, but if there was cheating, you're the one that did it. Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why a game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, it certainly has taken a turn for the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. Of course someone cheated. Of course someone cheated. Last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. Duh. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand for Mr. Smith. Uh-huh. Miss O'Reilly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? Withholding evidence. I thought I smelled the cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. Full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin, what's a full house? Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker? I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice, you know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number make a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. Doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Well, they both have full houses. You forget, there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The defense may cross-examine the witness. If you did cheat in the last hand, it still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand, which he would have lost the hand with the hand he had. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Final hand. Last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of a kind in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. Next moment, game becomes argument. And his trick was exposed. Took ball in his hand for Mr. Smith. Alright. So we're going to get back to the beginning. So, yeah, the other guy would have won. The other guy would have won the cheat. If there was a cheat. Because 3 kings, aces high would definitely beat out a full house of 777s, aces high. Go for it, Rye. Because I'm trying to figure out what the cheat is here. Royal Flush is Ace, King, Queen, Jack, and 10, I think? Or is it 2 aces? Yeah, there is no cheat here. I'm going to press her on that. Because there's got to be more info. Also, I'm stalling so I can have some of my lunch. But I don't see a cheat here. Like, there's no duplicate cards. I only see 1 deck of cards, though, so where's the other deck? Jack 10. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was a double ace or if it was ace and 10. I'm more of a blackjack girl. Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, nah. It is making a pair and a 3 of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my words, the poker head of... No. Very difficult, but it is not impossible. Alright, full house, hard. Line of questioning, a waste of time. There. Yeah, no. What's the cheat? Because I've looked at that picture. What's the cheat? How is it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. A 5th ace. I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. Uh-huh. Mr. Wright's 2. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand. No, because they're playing from 2 decks. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. Mr. Smith's hands have 3 aces. Mr. Wright's have 2. It has 5 aces in all. No. I don't think so. I see 4 aces. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. That's 5 aces. I don't see 3 aces. I see 3 kings. Nice try, lady. Present. Objection! It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name? Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Yeah, but look at the cards. Justice. Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? This? He only has 2. Okay. Okay, I'm clearly pointing to the aces. They're using 2 decks, Rye. Theoretically, there could be 5 aces if they're using 2 decks. But for some reason, I'm pointing at the inconsistency here, but what am I supposed to be pointing at, game? The inconsistency is that there are not 5 aces here. There's only 4. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Miss O'Reilly, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2. Eek! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Nope, because there isn't one in his hand either. Take another look at the evidence. Mr. Wright only has 2. As you can see, the defendant also only has 2 aces. Where's this fifth ace? I see cheating, all right. What's going on here in this courtroom? Yeah, I didn't realize I had to hit X. I was hitting A. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The fifth ace. There was cheating. I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, if she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. Huh. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin. Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. Who might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards? Oh, the cards? Mr. Payne. Yes? The player's hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. Prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? These cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? Honestly, the defendant. But I feel like maybe that's not the right answer. Which is more suspicious? Which is more suspicious? Yeah. Well, we'll look at the victim then. You know, it's funny that you redeemed that, Talon, because I had to laugh. The cosmic exploration has started in Final Fantasy XIV, and oh my god, were everyone yelling out Tim Curry quotes yesterday. They were very funny. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. Defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Received evidence, victim's hand. Well, it's a wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yes, sir. All right. Well, let's examine these. Examine evidence. Be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using... Yes, I know. I already figured that out. Should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, I already knew that. Because I'm betting you. Yep. There's the cheat. What? There's the cheat. Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. Eh? How could you miss that? That's impossible. I put that card in Mr. Wright's hand. Whoa! Wait a minute. I put that card in Mr. Wright's hand? Oh, honey, you just admitted to... What was that, Miss O'Reilly? No, niet. I mean, said, I have... What does that cheating of cards have to do with a murder? It means that they were framed. It means Phoenix was framed. She killed him. Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss O'Reilly, she's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Yeah! Good job catching that borscht. Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, take her mistake. Your Honor, please, recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. But I put that card in Mr. Wright's hand. Dun dun dun! Ergo, Miss Olga O'Reilly conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. Oh! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean? The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, are you? I am. Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident, and if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, of murder most foul. Eek. Oh, she did not catch her borscht, but it landed somehow in the thingy. Yeah, exactly, Rye. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly? It appears she has lost her consciousness, Your Honor. Oh, more than that, McFluff. Mr. Justice, Your Honor, it seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. Yuck, what? I did it. I held out. Yes, you did. I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. Prosecution will need to make further inquiries. Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous! Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent. For the ridiculous. Through that. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Our defendant is Phoenix Wright, the main character of the previous 4 or 5 games in this series. We're kind of playing a game that's towards the end of the series when Phoenix has already retired. So we are playing these out of order, but yeah, it's a callback to earlier games, McFluff. Alright, perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club had different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. I'll use different colored backs. If you use the same color, 2 decks might get mixed. Use different colors and they still got mixed up. Use the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, because all the pictures of the cards have blue backs. No, there's another picture that shows blue cards. Yeah. Yeah, because that picture clearly shows blue cards. For some reason, I had the impression that you were using blue cards. Can I present that? No, not right now. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever. In the end, 1 card got the wrong color mixed into the mix. Which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises 2 serious questions. Follow? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. Could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah. Thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh? Might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or maybe not. Yuck! I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped in the deck? Before. It would have to be before. Because Olga said that should have been in Mr. Wright's hand. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Melina. Yeah, I know, Batman. Yeah, I think it was before. Then it had to be after. Perhaps it happened after the murder? Well, what's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly. Yes, but tell me, How do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ah, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and go straight into crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Oh, indeed. That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for the blue card? Ooh. The game and the murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive that is. The defendant, Phoenix, and our witness, Olga O'Reilly. Well, it's totally Olga that switched the cards. We know that. Why? It must have been Olga O'Reilly who swapped the cards. He was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense. Sorry, but there's a problem with that explanation. Huh? Swap card was from the wrong deck. Yes, the blue card was stuck in the red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck and the backs are different colors? Remember that you're talking about Olga O'Reilly. She was the dealer. You really think she would make such a novice mistake? Actually, I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Give a little more thought, Apollo. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for the blue? Okay, now I'm confused. Because she said that was supposed to be in Phoenix. So I guess Phoenix switched the card? Yeah. Well, Phoenix is a veteran and our poor Apollo here is brand new. When I swapped the card was Mr. Wright. It was you, wasn't it? Why would I do such a thing? Well, because, maybe you were trying to hide the fact that you cheated? That would make sense. But the swapped card was in the victim's hand. I'm a nice guy, but I'm not that nice. Think of it, he would lack a motive for helping his opponent. So it had to be someone else. I don't know, Games with Jewel. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall right now until it sticks. When I swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga O'Reilly either. What are you suggesting? Hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss O'Reilly. I named her already, and you said I was wrong, game. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong colored card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all of this is. Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss O'Reilly, then who was it? You? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand, and that someone made two crucial mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us the first thing, that the first was swapping the wrong colored card, because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. Person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. Who was watching through the window? True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person, though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What? I did not expect one case to take an entire stream, chat. I am obviously not that bright. I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials. Ridiculous, Mr. Wright. Trials proceeded on one central assumption, namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. Problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. Trial will resume in 20 minutes. Yeah, I didn't think that one case would take an entire stream, but here we are. Defendant lobby number 3. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. Suddenly claimed there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well, now, I think you would know the answer to that. Oh, I believe you there is. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice. Yes, sir? Judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear. Is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket? Here, you can take a look at it. Here's a picture of my daughter in there. Aww. She's cute. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago, what I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. Actually, I don't know what happened 7 years ago because I'm playing the games out of order. I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Wanna know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker, it's like trial law? It is. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. The body language can become a valuable resource of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly? She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Actually, I did notice that. Words, habits, twitches, all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. Yeah, they're called tells. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? She might be actually a Games of Jewel, because there is a Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney game. So she might work with Layton. But you will, soon. Almost forgot. One more thing, about this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Yeah, I have not played it yet, Games of Jewel. That's on my list of games to try and get for the 3DS. But it's a little expensive. Yes, I would love to save my current progress. Save complete. Continue to the next chapter. Alright, I guess we'll see as far as we can get. What's my favorite slushy flavor? Probably fruit punch or cherry. But it depends on the place I'm getting the slush from, because a lot of places it's too sweet. Honestly, given the option, I would rather get like a fruit slushy, where like they make it with actual fruit and fruit juice than I would the stuff that's just pure sugar. Yeah, blue raz is a good flavor too, but I've hit the point in my life that I like real food, not fake sugar. They're good, but I prefer something that's made with like not just pure sugar. All right, chat, but I'm gonna go put my dishes away really quick. So I'm gonna do the be right back banner. No, the banner. Give me 2 seconds. I am gonna go get rid of my coffee cup and my dishes, and I will be right back. All right, we're back. Got a fresh drink. Put my dishes away. Yeah, I have two Fire Wing. And my problem is the same with the 7-Eleven Slurpees, is that they're just pure sugar. And I'm kind of past that point in my life that I want things that are just pure sugar. All right, well, we're going to see if we can finish up this case today. I've only got an hour. I don't think we're going to get through this, but we're going to try. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again? That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. Defense would like to request that Miss O'Reilly take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser. Yet. Not. What? What? What the heck is going on? Name's Olga O'Reilly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quickfingers O'Reilly. Really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like O'Reilly. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Well, that's a twist. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles, but winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. Exposes the cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. Just like that, Legend would be dashed to pieces. Yeah, she would be. Although, it's not a professional establishment like Las Vegas, so I don't think that she would get... I don't think she would get cooked because of the cheating. She'd get cooked because of the murder, but not the cheating. Indeed. Being caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Didn't quite go off that way. Oh really, oh really. I'll droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. Mistake? I agree. The trap was most elegant. Yet what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers O'Reilly. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Excuse me. Cute. Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. Yeah, that's true. Definitely perjury would have gotten her too. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to this court? Tell us about this trap and how it is sprung. Was sprung. Here we go. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to, then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. She's lying. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. Trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. That rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking! Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, was all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Alright. Let's lay traps. At night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. Now, I noticed that she looked off to the side, so what's up with that? Planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. That's a lie. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. That makes no sense. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. He wasn't eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we served borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, the good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Yeah, the next moment, Wright picked up a ball and swung it. What about the strangling?
Hold it!
Wait. Isn't that a little odd? Well, what's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well, what was that? What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Oh yes, press harder. Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick fingers O'Reilly? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. You're lying. I did see it. Honest. I saw it when Mr. Wright hit him. Again. With my own eyes. I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her... Yeah, I caught that. Did you notice? I did now. Touching her neck, was it? That's her tell. What is this? Just a cutscene? Whoa, what's going on? This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch. It's so clear. And yes, I will stretch and hydrate. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Perceive. So welcome on in, Aaron. Welcome on in. How was Earthbound last night? As I popped in and I had you on as background noise while I was playing some 14. I should have said hi, but I got caught up in conversation with my FC members. How are you liking Earthbound, my friend? That's one of my favorites. Alright, it's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. I love that. Gotcha! Woo! That is pretty good for getting that item. Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? Then block it, maybe? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. Claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? So really, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I notice it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is... Well, I would say... we figured out that the dealer planted the card. We figured out that the dealer planted the card. How you doing, Running Paw? We don't have the locket, though. Okay. I'm thinking it's this picture because of the locket. Aw, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Running Paw. Unfortunately, it's the season with the weather being
boss.
crazy.
Time
Hey,
for
welcome
some
on in,
self-care.
Simple. Welcome in. I will do standing stretch and wall ups shortly. At the very least, I'm gonna get a sippies. I think it's this picture.
Take that!
Sorry to disappoint. I don't have any particular memories of that. Oh, that must not have been it. Of course not. Okay. You want a habit, Mr. Justice? I'll show you a habit. Ha ha ha! You suck, dude. Better get the sword out before I develop a habit of my own. Use a worky lurkies. Heck yeah. Okay. Impression on your neck is. I don't have anything that would have left an impression on her neck. Unless it's the bottle. See, I don't have anything. I don't have anything that would involve her neck, so I'm not sure what to do. So I'm going to try the bottle?
Take that!
Oh, yeah, it's the bottle. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. It reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. That's fair. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. This is cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. They're the witness. Habits? They're completely irrelevant. No, they're not. Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. Certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. And yet, I am knowing nothing. You are lying. We know you're not Russian. Witness will testify, please. Now. This is ridiculous. Ah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Ow.
Hold it!
I don't want to know, McFluff. I don't want to know. You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Your eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. Well, what's that? Yeah, the cell phone. Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. You didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence. Yeah, the cell phone. No. Present it.
Take that!
Take that! Yeah, her bandana is kind of awesome. Miss O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Hack. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Does she Was there a lobster in the background? The man who picked up the ball and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. She broke. Here we go! I love these little cutscenes, too. Heck, I've got to get the rest of these games. Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now! It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right. And he hit me? You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. Really? Eek! When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit by a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this. It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? But Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big, fat liar. What? Three were in that room the night of the murder, the defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouncement of that argument was murder. What? I didn't. I'm no killer. The trap. Someone's trying to frame me. Possibly. Doubtful. Phoenix, what are you doing? What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. What are you doing, Phoenix? But Mr. Wright? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right. Like Mr. Wright was saying before recess, a single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder, and the one who swapped the card didn't know two colors of cards were being used. Fourth person. Hey, no worries, Aaron. You enjoy the lurky lurkies. Ah, this theory again. Your fourth person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the cards made one crucial error. He or she wasn't considering the colors on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo? Think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear! Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Oh god, it's Christoph, isn't it? It's Christoph, isn't it? Because I remember Christoph saying that he had dinner with Phoenix the night of the murder. It's freaking Christoph, isn't it? I'm probably wrong, But I bet you it's Kristoff. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. Oh my god, it is Kristoff. I was right? Kristoff Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo, but that wasn't presented until the trial. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Just accused my mentor! It was true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know the final outcome. Why do I remember that and I can't figure out the easy puzzles? Goodness gravy, why do I remember that and not the easy ones? Well, Kristoff? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me. It was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? All of them, McFluff, all of them. That's kind of a hallmark of the series. I'll also point out that I think his hat, the button has changed. I think before it was a different face. I could be wrong. Oh, Kristoff. You know, even I'd never take a joke this far. Why are you running off with me? This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? Murder. I assure you, I'm quite sane. Murder. What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? That is fair game, Jewel. There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Murder. Murder most foul. Yeah, ain't that the truth, Bunny Fist? Yeah, that is fair. That is fair, Games with Jewel. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's... Yes, I do. Hear the testimony. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. That actually sounds really good, Safety. At 2, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth and justice. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Bum, bum, bum. Witness testimony. Appetit before murder. I love that. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Dottie Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Oh! When I returned, he was dead. Blood streaming from a cut in his forehead. Okay, so there was blood. That's when I made another phone call. The defense attorney, Gavin. Interesting. Mr. Gavin. You were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder. I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. Murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir? He's lying. You're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. I agree. Why can't I have a normal trial? Never. And yeah, I agree. Et tu, Brute. That evening, Christophe and I had dinner. We sat in the table in this photograph. Dottie Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christophe left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Okay, so why do you look down on those two? Why do you look down? About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga O'Reilly mentioned. Plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When the hands were revealed, Smith would call out and search Mr. Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. Just like that. Legend would be dashed to pieces. Okay. And yeah, it's supposed to, McFluff. It's supposed to. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Card she planted! Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon? Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. Huh. Battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. It sounds like terrific drama. Card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Oh boy, howdy am I. Mr. Wright, Pokerhead of Courtroom 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Well, let's see if that's true. It certainly doesn't look like there's anything in that bottle. The bottle is completely empty. Well... So if you disposed of it in the bottle, why is the bottle empty?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes. I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. Huh, no? What, Mr. Wright? Surely isn't all... blank, 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 isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gobbin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. What's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why do I have the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? That evening, Christophe and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Walked in 5 minutes after. Good question. Good question, McFluff. That's not what you said earlier. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Hold it!
When you returned, the victim was already dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. Guess I'd be startled, too, if I walked in on a scene like that. I was gonna say, what blood, and how did you see his forehead? There was a hat. I don't think so, Phoenix. What are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? Mr. Wright, if I may, yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could have seen blood on his forehead. Oh, good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Eh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why would you do such a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss O'Reilly didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I think not. He was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Ahem, pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? Yeah, I know, Rye, I know. The witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Alright, I need to get the rest of these games because I'm completely lost in this storyline. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's true. It's more of, I'm confused about what happened to Phoenix, and I'm kind of curious how he lost his attorney's badge. I mean, I'm sure there's a big storyline as to why that happened, and I'm curious about that. Alright, just in case I record our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't pay it back for or play it back for the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble here. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? Flawless bone china pate. Wow, you're calling him pale. It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate? No, pate. Kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. Pate means head. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. I know that word. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right, because he had a hat on. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Yeah. It's a very old term, McFluff, and it's not one you hear often, but yeah, I do know that one. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene, and when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright? I'm excited now. We might have actually done this. Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor? I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony? Here we go. Well, as the prosecutor, Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for cross-examination. You know, why is it every time I see the word prosecutor, it makes me think of prosciutto? I must be hungry. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. Oh, goodness gracious. Also, this is the fastest murder trial I have ever seen. All of this is happening in one day. Yeah, I agree, Rod. He is very hot. Prosciutto. Yeah, I just keep thinking of prosciutto. Yeah, I had a little bit of leftover turkey tetrazzini, but there wasn't much of that left, McFluff. Surface right here happens between the end of the last game series and the start of this one. That's as much as I'll say. I don't need to play the previous games. That happening was a surprise to— Oh, really? Okay. Well, good to know. Good to know, Kagan. Because I'm totally not looking up how much it costs to get the rest of the series. I'm totally not looking up Phoenix Wright games right now. Totally not. The problem, too, with the Phoenix Wright games, though, is which ones you get. Because I think at this point they've all been remastered and they're on the Switch. Because I'm pretty sure Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy is all of the Phoenix Wright games now. I'm pretty sure that's all of them, and then there's the Miles Edgeworth stuff. Prosciutto, is that a pasta dish? No, prosciutto is a type of ham. It is extremely thinly sliced, very cured and salty, fatty ham, which is absolutely delicious when paired with mozzarella. Game series is good though, and Steam. Get the Switch remasters. Heard turkey has come from mashed potato and core. Yeah, I had turkey tetrazzini. That is what I said, Rye. It is turkey tetrazzini. Which, if you do not know what tetrazzini is, I will happily describe to you what tetrazzini is. No turkey, what's in it? What's a lady? Don't ask me how to spell it. I have no idea how to spell it. But tetrazzini, I agree. Prosciutto is better than bacon. I'm trying to drink so much water. Oh, I bet, McFluffs. I'll just note, though, don't be hard to suffer not getting a clue or whatever. Throw evidence. Ace Attorney games are very much a case of point-and-click moon logic. Yeah, that's fair. That is very fair, and that was catching me earlier, Kagan, is I had the right evidence, I just couldn't figure out where to do it. Alright, turkey tetrazzini, my friend, and you can substitute anything, for the first part. Usually it is chicken tetrazzini. I just happen to have turkey that was left over from a turkey I made over the weekend. There we go. Letting Kevy sing the song of his people. But yeah, turkey tetrazzini or chicken tetrazzini. They're it's kind of like chicken soup where everyone has their own recipe. The way that I make it is if you've got like leftover turkey after Thanksgiving or Easter or a holiday or something like that, um, you debone the turkey, you chop it up really fine, and then you put it into a pot. And then I like to use cream of mushroom soup. So you get like a couple cans of cream of mushroom soup, however many you want to make the amount of gravy that you want. And then you make the cream of mushroom soup with the turkey in it, and you heat that up. At the same time that you're heating that up, you also heat up a bag of egg noodles, and you can also, if you like, add vegetables. Usually, like a frozen veggie mix that's like corn, carrots, and peas works really good in this. You throw that in with the cream of mushroom soup and the chopped up turkey, and just kind of let it all get warm while you're cooking the egg noodles. You cook the egg noodles 2 minutes less than what the package says. When they're done cooking, you dump out the water, put the noodles back in the pot that you just boiled them in, and then you pour that turkey, cream of mushroom, and veggies on top of it. Stir it up, let it sit for 5 minutes, and what'll happen is all of the liquid that was in the cream of mushroom will continue cooking the noodles, so they'll be nice and squishy when you're done. And that is my version of turkey tetrazzini. You also can do it with chopped up chicken. Now, there's also a way to do it in the oven, which involves taking what you just made, putting it in the oven, and then putting like those crunchy onions that you put on top of casseroles. You can also do it that way. I just like doing it on the stove. I just enjoy doing it on the stove. But yeah, that is turkey tetrazzini. It's very easy to make. And it's one of those like I have leftovers and I need to make food for a couple of days kind of meals. Is it healthy for you? Not even close. Is it comfort food? Yes. Wikipedia says a turkey. Oh, that's funny. That's funny, Games with Jewel. Because yeah, I always did it with chicken. Like we get the canned chicken that you can get at the store just next to the canned tuna and all that. But it tastes so much better when you do it with fresh stuff. And that is kind of a staple that I make after I make a turkey because it uses a lot of turkey when you make it. And it's something that you make and it'll just sit in the fridge for a couple of days and people just kind of dish out what they want. It's a relatively simple meal that's very tasty. Pasta method, the chorizo instead of chicken. Yep, yep. And you can definitely substitute chorizo as well. Definitely substitute chorizo as well. And I mean, there's other things you can do because there's also the American goulash that I make, which is macaroni, stewed tomatoes, ground beef, tomatoes, and garlic. That's another real simple, makes a ton of food recipe, and it's definitely a winter staple in this house. Because you make up a batch of that and then you just eat it for the next 3 days. But you can totally, we've done that with Italian sausage. I don't think we've ever done it with chorizo, but we've done it with like spicy sausage. We've done it with ground beef. We've done it with ground turkey. It's just, it's comfort food. And being a Midwesterner, I'm a big person for making casseroles and one pot dishes like that. So it's a thing and it's tasty. But that was my lunch today, as I had a little bit of the leftover turkey tetrazzini. In fact, I had what was left of it, which was not much. It was about like half a cup of turkey tetrazzini, so it's not much of a lunch. Anyway, I want to see if we can get this case done today, so let us continue. But you know me, I'm always happy to share recipes. Always, always happy to share recipes if I say something that sounds interesting. Because I do a lot of cooking. All right. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chambers. Who would have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Please be his daughter. Yes, it's his daughter. Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? That's a red card. Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. That's the 5 of hearts, ain't it? The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. An ace? Where do I remember this card from? Why does it have blood on it? Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. Yeah, it's the missing ace, all right. But here's the thing is that was in Phoenix's hand. I remember that. That ace was in Phoenix's hand. How did it get on the other side of the table? Because look at the picture. That's on Phoenix's side. So... how? Because, I mean, look at it. Volume 8 and the spade. So, that's on Phoenix's side. How? How is it the missing ace if it's in the crime scene photo? How? That's absolutely fascinating. How? There might have been Firewing, because we know there were 2 decks. We know that there were 2 decks. Hold on a second, let me check something else. So that king is the blue card. Yeah, that... yeah, it would have to be a duplicate. It would have to be Argon. So yeah, no, that's the card that was substituted out. And that was definitely in the other hand. Can I look at the back of it? Probably later. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this? Yes, it is. Is this blood? Blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. You know, I have to ask, and this is pure speculation, is this the child of Phoenix and that temple girl from the other games? She looks like that other girl, and I can't think of her name. Bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. Look close at the text of the card. 1 second. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what all this meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but we're in Phoenix's locket, you dummy. That's why I made the connection. Yes, we know. That's an excellent question, McFluffs. How did she get the card? Maya, thank you. Yeah, this kid looks like the kid of Phoenix and Maya. Now, granted, I know nothing about the series beyond I know that he had a partner that was a psychic. That's the word I was thinking of. But I also don't remember how old Maya was. All right, received a mysterious card. Could this be the 5th ace? Bloody ace added to the court record. I would like to look at it before you start talking. Hush. Hush. I want to look at stuff. Oh, that's kind of funny. If you turn it just right, it disappears. I have found a way to make evidence disappear. All right, so it definitely has a red back on it. Capcom, Osaka, Japan, 207. 2007. Okay, that's hilarious. The card says Capcom, Osaka, Japan, 2007. Yes, I can read Roman numerals. That's funny. So no, that's definitely the missing card. That is a lovely Easter egg. Because, yeah, the game came out in 2007 originally. All right, so we've got the card. Now we just got to do stuff. All right, here we go. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Oh, he's even sexier in full screen. Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation? Is this force necessary, Your Honor? Yes. Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is this about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Answer the question. How did Phoenix get over here? I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. But Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Indeed it is. Not bad, Apollo. This is so funny. Mr. Gavin, I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. You know, I wonder if the anime explains why he lost his attorney's badge. I wonder. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. You're so smug. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? I also noticed that this goes a lot quicker the longer it goes on. The fateful night. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. Murder. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. Bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Mr. Wright. So, you witnessed the murder? For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. Grumble, grumble, grumble. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. You had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through the little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. Can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Get used to it, kid. And thank you for that hug, Melina. Thank you for the hug. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. Okay. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. How'd you get to the window? It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. And that's when the call came from Mr. Wright. Okay, so there's a couple inconsistencies here. How did you get to the window? How? How'd you get there? No.
Hold it!
Yeah, how'd you get to the window? Blue window. You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why'd you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense.
Hold it!
Okay. That man. You mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. Then you knew the true nature of your client? Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends, after all. Word from my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? Okay.
Hold it!
I'm just pressing him on everything. How'd you know it was right after the murder? Billy, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd changed too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. Ah! Yeah, I wonder if that happened during the anime. I wonder if that happened during the anime, Melina. For friends like these, who needs enemies? Victim was dead as he appears in the photo.
Hold it!
How do you know he was dead? By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene for the crime? That doesn't make sense. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? Bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand.
Hold it!
Those are the only three at the scene of the crime. Yes, as far as I saw at least. They were back to where we started. Killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But then, why didn't you talk to the police? Two reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said what I saw. No one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gobbin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. When I show something I can't find myself. Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace. Fifth ace, right? Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point out a reason? Sure, we'll show him the card with blood on it. Or never. Defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the fifth ace? Because it's got blood on it.
Take that!
My reason is this. Is that an ace? Why? Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade. What? Ah, this is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Yes, it is. Inconceivable! How could you? What are you doing with that card? Why are you so upset, Kristoff? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gobbin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card, it's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade, after all. No, impossible! Unacceptable! He's twitching. Court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? Huh. How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim that it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Yeah, you're twitching, dude. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. Oh, so many hugs. Thank you for all the hugs, chat. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence? Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your questions. Oh, what are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
But this is baseless conjecture. Baseless!
Objection!
This game! Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. This is amazing. What? It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head. Oh, this is cool! The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table, and before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit. The victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness. Well, the victim doesn't make sense. The victim doesn't make sense, because how could blood get on... Well, I guess, if you hit him, it could have splashed.
Take that!
No, I didn't mean to do that. I hit the wrong button. I wanted to look at history. What I get for holding my controller sideways. That's right. When it comes to cards, it's quick fingers or really or no one. I see. And, was I supposed to say something? Yeah, no, I screwed up. I meant to look at history, not accuse. You do not sense a great feeling of potential in this silence. Potential for a whipping penalty, yes. Your Honor, please, give me another chance. Give it some thought. I don't think the blood is the killer's. Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? Victim, the killer's the witness. I think the victim is the problem here. Try picturing the scene of the crime. Okay, hold on. Objection. Regardless, the evidence is non-permissible. Oh. Thus far, right now, to answer your question, what are you talking about? You want to know why the killer would have taken a car from the crime scene. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence. Baseless conjecture. White-based. How can a single blood of... Okay, so you're not giving me access to what happened. By picturing the scene, the murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table, and the killer swapped the card out. There was a single drop of blood on it in the victim's... Wait. There was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. The blood trickled down the back white card behind. Well, they said the card was in the victim's hand. I mean, the witness is fine. If there was a drop of blood on the card... Yeah, I mean, he would have to be killed from behind. If that was the case, he would have been killed from behind to have that drop go into his hand. So I think it's the killer that's wrong. Well, for one thing, the killer's in the wrong place, I think. You think? Mr. Justice, your job here is not to think, but to know. Yeah, but still, I would think if you were hit... If Phoenix or whoever killed this person was standing in front of them when they hit them, then the victim's head would have been towards the wall, and the blood should have splattered on the wall, not the cards. So yeah, I don't know. I'm probably wrong. But the killer's position doesn't make sense to me. Your job here is not to think, but to know. Just looking at you reminds me of the old days. Not the good old days, per se. So that was wrong. How's a good old penalty sound? Alright, so we've screwed up twice. Well, we know it's not the witness or the killer, so I guess it's gotta be the victim. Like, I don't know why it's the victim. I don't know why it's the victim beyond the fact that they said the trickle of blood went back to his neck. So, I don't know. I mean, we've got 2 chances, so we'll get it... We've got a 50% chance of getting this right. So I'm just going to say victim. If I'm wrong, then we know it's witness 2. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's a problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look. The victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would have fallen behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Ah. Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position... The blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. So yeah, that's... Okay, so I just presented that the wrong direction. What's the point? Why, that's right. So, what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Recreate the... Oh, God. Yeah? No, if the chair is turned around... Chair was facing the other way. So I was right, but in a different way. So technically the killer and the victim are wrong. Oh God, this game. Okay. It would have to be. Yeah, the killer and the victim were wrong. I do love these little cutscenes. But we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which was... Oh! Mr. Wright returned from informing the police. Which way was the chair facing? When it came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo, so we got turned back around. It would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. The This creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victim, the killer, the witnesses, the second witness? So I got ahead of myself. It's the killer this time, right, chat? It would have to be the killer this time. So I just got ahead of myself in the other one. It has to be the killer. Let's see if I'm right. Because the killer would have to be on the other side. Right? I don't know. I'm just going to go for it. I'm probably wrong. Victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall? In the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. Well, what? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Oh, don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. It's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? Honestly, he'd have to be standing here. Because you figure they're right-handed, so... Well, you assume. How? I'm guessing here? I don't think they could be in the cabinet. Well, maybe they could be in the cabinet. I wish we could look at the crime scene photo again. What about the dealer seeing two others in the room at the same time? Yeah, that's true. So, hold on. The dealer would have already been knocked out. Because Phoenix wouldn't be in the room right now. Because Phoenix was not in the room. Let me think this out real quick. So, Phoenix lost the game because they said he was cheating. So, they got him up to search. They searched him. He did not have the extra card on him. So then our victim here went after the dealer and knocked her out. Phoenix then left the room to go upstairs and call the police. I'm guessing here. Yeah, I know. Phoenix would have already been upstairs. Well, we got 3 chances to get this right. I'm gonna guess on the left side. Well, I guess the killer would have to be... Nope, that's wrong. Anything to say, Mr. Justice? Sorry. A little late for that, I'm afraid. Penalty. Okay. Come on, give me a little hint. Not to overthink things, Apollo. What does your instinct tell you? You know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. Okay. He'd had to be in the cabinet. You know what? That actually kind of makes sense, but I don't know. I'm going to say the cabinet. It's wrong, but it's a thought. The killer had to be standing. Well, nope. Here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. Ack. Thought I was onto something there, too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime, Occam's razor. Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. Oh! Wow, I was overthinking it. Okay. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. You should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Haha, Your Honor. What? There's one more thing your men should be looking for. Please. Give this to the bailiff. Yes. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. I'm so confused. Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here. Which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. It would have blocked the window. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to be as shown here. Now, everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo? Yeah, the window is blocked. A line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? It's the second witness. Indicator is, yep, the second witness. They can't see. Yeah, exactly, Angel Boy. Yeah, it's the second witness. They can't see a dang thing with the cupboard there. About this cupboard, are we okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah, that's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? You're twitching again. Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? You're twitching so hard. Playing a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. Yeah, and it makes sense. It makes sense, Angel Boy. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Yeah, also overtime, but we're going to finish up this case and then we'll call it a day, chat. Excuse me, Your Honor. Uh-oh. Order! This is a court of law and I will have order! No, you won't. No, you won't. Disorder in the court. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. What? Of course there is. Yes. Oh, because it's a hideout and there were gangsters. That actually does make sense. Yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. Secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going-ons. You never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. The room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. I think we've cracked the case, chat. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo. I see. I see it, but I don't believe it. You should. You should. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. Yeah, exactly, Daichi. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder, and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. He's so gonna scream. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, a date with destiny. Then he crouched, hidden in the secret passage behind the cupboard. Melodramatic much? Hiding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Ah! Eek! What? Why did you do that? Wait here. I'll get help. Miss Olga O'Reilly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shoddy Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. When our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout, the victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. So he turned around, he wheeled his chair around to look, and whap. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Blood ballistics is actually a huge thing in forensic science. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor, and the fact that they were all red! Oh! Yuck.
Hey, boss.
The sounds these people make. And yes, I will do standing stretch and wall-ups as soon as we're done. We're going to finish this case, and that's where I'm going to call it today, chat. You get a little longer strem today. Well, it seems this trial is taking yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Bain? Yes, Your Honor. Prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Why am I objecting? Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. Oh, he objected. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. It really does, Bunny Fist. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Goblin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. Bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? Not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. Fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court, in this case, demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last? Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? You know, look at that court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you say the answer in plain words? But that wouldn't be fun. It would be hasty to deliver verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? Gavin said that the court, in this case, demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? Well, I mean, there is that photo of the case sitting right next to Phoenix. Like, that is a very legitimate reason why he might have picked up the bottle upside down. Okay, there's a multitude of reasons why you would pick up a bottle upside down like that. But we're going to go with this because of the case. We're going to go with this because of the case. Actually easier to show than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes. Now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. Yep. Yep, I see what he's getting at. Ah. See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Yeah, that's not wrong. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. No, he isn't. No, he isn't. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. I'll also explain why the card is missing. Order, order, order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Goblin? Cool as a cucumber, he is. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor. When you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Goblin probably wouldn't have made such a novice mistake. True. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Nope, but what's in the bottle? Hey, Apollo? Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Yeah, it's what's inside the bottle, the card. He is very smug, and I appreciate that. There's something inside the bottle. Of course there is. Of course there is. Also, welcome on in, Retro Hazard, if I hadn't said hello to you already. Welcome in. Well, what's this? That card! It can't be! Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. For Miss Olga O'Reilly? Yes, our little swindling... Devoksha? I think I said that right. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. Planted card was gone. The trap failed. Oh, wait. This isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Called it! We're good! We did it! 5 of hearts. This is the card. Bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. God, I love this game. Oh no! We broke him, and there's the lobster and the borscht again. Oh god, we've got anti-gravity lobster. I don't believe there's lobster in borscht, so I'm not sure where the lobster is coming from. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Oh, I bet you he's the one that made him lose his badge. Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Cute. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? Nope. I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? Or none that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. First was a place where no injustices would be tolerated, this courtroom. Second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is the dark time for our legal system. Twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright, this is so... Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Phoenix, why do you have to be so sexy? It's not fair. Well, this seems to be a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Haha, we did it. We did it. Yay, we get confetti. Sweet. Court is adjourned. Yeah, it was a little frustrating until I got the hang of how this works, but not bad, not bad. That was a very fast trial. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Oh my god. Ability? Yes, the sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means when they show the tells. Yeah, well, someday, Games with Jewel, because I am definitely going to upgrade the Phoenix Wright series on my list of games that I want to acquire. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Well, of course it's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer? Right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. The series is so random and I love it. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury. You testified. You said that locket was yours. Well, I mean, it is now. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. Subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. Oh my god, you're splitting hairs, Phoenix. And it's the truth. Wait, but then, why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the strangest path to the truth isn't the best one. Straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices, after all. Still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Yeah, exactly. And the best kind for lawyers, too. Follow, yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. But that doesn't mean he doesn't own a law firm. That incident 7 years ago, that legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. Oh, now we get to know what happened. The case reached its sad conclusion and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Did you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? Well, what are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. The card. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. Ah! We can examine the blood. You'll drop of blood marks the front of the card. Yeah, I'm guessing it's the card. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. Fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who can claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Huh. Her verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. And you really... Yeah, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. But he's not an attorney. Calling themselves an attorney, Apollo. So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him. Wow! Your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, take that, next time. I find it packs a little more punch. Oh my god. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Oh, I have to play more of this. I so have to play more of this. Also, I'm amused that Apollo just committed assault in front of 2 police officers and they did nothing. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law. This is how my story begins. And, alright, well, we finished a chapter. I doubt that we finished the game, but we finished a chapter. I sincerely... Yeah, I knew that we weren't done. I knew we were not done. Alright, but that, my friends, will have to wait until another day. That will have to wait until another day. Because we are done for today. We managed to finish up one case. It kind of took us the whole stream, but we managed to finish up one case today. Which I will call that a win. I will definitely call that a win. But yeah, I hope. And yes, his hat did say Papa. Yeah, exactly, Aaron. Exactly. You know what, though? I said that was going to be a one-shot, and for now it is going to be a one-shot. But maybe sometime in the future we can return to that one on stream. Otherwise, you're going to have to look forward to seeing that one on YouTube at some point. Because this game was originally planned for me to play on YouTube. And just by the happenstance of the the Chaos Wheel, we ended up playing it on stream. So yeah, I do hope that you enjoyed that. Crafty is converted. Oh, I've always liked the Ace Attorney series, Melina. I just never wanted to get into it because I know it's gonna suck me in. Like, I don't know where I was going with that, but I think you get my meaning. That is a series that I prefer not to play on stream just because of the amount of talking there is. Oh, excuse me. That is one that I hadn't planned on playing on stream because I know it's going to be a super long game too. It's going to be a super long game, but that's okay because you know what? That was fun. Yes, like a lawyer to court. Oh no, I knew it was. I agree with you 100%. I knew it was going to suck me in exactly the way I did. I knew it was definitely going to suck me in exactly the way that it did. Because that is a kind of game that I very much enjoy, and it's funny too because one of the things that I have said left, right, sideways, up, and down is that I don't play visual novels. And I love the Ace Attorney series, which is nothing but a visual novel. So saying that I don't enjoy visual novels is an out and out lie because I do play them. I just wasn't making the connection that Phoenix Wright is a visual novel. But you know what? That's okay. That is going to be a one shot of that for today. But do not be surprised if you see that one returning on YouTube or if you see that one on stream again. But for today, it's going to be a one shot. Well, yeah. Yeah. And I totally get that. I totally get that, Aaron. And that's another reason why I prefer to play it off stream is because then I can focus all of my brain power on the game and not trying to keep a conversation going at the same time. Because that is a little tough sometimes.
Space.
It's a little tough. But that said, my friends, as the music gets epic in the background, we're going to find someone nice to raid in today that isn't playing Oblivion. Find someone that isn't playing Oblivion right now, which is sadly kind of hard. Who haven't I rated in an age? It is fun. Yeah, go for it, Games with Jewel. Go for it. All right, so while I wait for that, today is Wednesday, so there is going to be a stream tonight. I do believe that Mr. Zero is going to be playing Oblivion this evening. So if you want to see some Oblivion play from someone who has played that game more times than I care to think about, please do tune in to the lovely Zero Wolf tonight. Otherwise, I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow morning is going to be our normal time. We're going to be doing some crafting. So if that sounds good to you, please do tune in to that. But we are going to raid on into Mikey Bunny 87. Fair warning, it looks like this is an 18 plus stream. So if that is not your thing, I totally understand. But I'm going to get that raid started. They are playing Final Fantasy 14. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining me. And I hope that you enjoyed this little one shot of Ace Attorney. Well, Apollo Attorney. God, I can't say words today. Apollo Justice. Sheesh. So we might see that one again in the future. Otherwise, I hope that you all enjoyed that one shot. But that's going to be it for today, my friends. So until we see each other again, stay safe, stay healthy. Remember to always, always, always stay crafty. And I'll be seeing you all again real soon.